morning, everyone. Let me start by welcoming you all very, very warmly to the Microsoft Digital Sovereignty Summit. It's fantastic to see so many of you here in person, leaders from across the public sector, policymaking, and industry, all together around a topic that is rapidly moving to the top of every strategic agenda. And a very warm welcome to everyone who is joining us online. So it's a pleasure to see so many of you here today. Digital sovereignty, ladies and gentlemen. We will explore this throughout the day, thanks to a series of keynotes, a fireside conversation, and panel discussions, bringing together perspectives from Microsoft leaders, as well as customers, partners, independent voices from across the ecosystem. Over the course of the day, we will explore this topic from multiple angles. We will start with the broader context and vision before moving into Microsoft's commitments around trust, transparency, control. And you will hear independent perspectives as well as real-world experiences from customers and partners. And we will also look at how sovereignty is being implemented in practice across cloud, AI, and security. So this is very much a conversation about the why, the what, and most importantly, the how. To open officially today's summit, I'm very pleased to welcome someone who is having this conversation every day, and that will set the stage of the rest of the day. As Country General Manager of Microsoft Belgium, she works closely with governments, institutions, and industry leaders on some of the most important questions around cloud, AI, and digital policy. And she's going to explain what local customers are asking for. So please join me in welcoming Marijke Schroos.
Hello everyone, so great to see you all here in the room. 26 nationalities are represented here today in this room, and we've got over 2,300 participants online as well. So this proves that this event is not small, and it's also not local. We feel very honored to host this vital worldwide sovereignty summit here in Brussels. Now, Belgium is a small country. Often we barely show up on the map. We live between languages and borders, between different ways of thinking. We are used to working across differences. We translate and we collaborate. Across systems, across expectations, we have learned to not force things into one single model. We make things work together. And quietly, over time, a small country like ours has gained some real industry depth. We host one of the most important ports in Europe, in the world actually, as a gateway to Europe. And we are a global innovation hub for pharma and life sciences, where innovation happens very close to the hospitals, the labs, and the patients. We invest heavily in R&D. And per capita, we have one of the highest concentrations of technical talent anywhere. So innovation is not abstract here. It matters big time. And our capital, Brussels, plays a unique role. As home to the European institutions and to NATO, this is a place where decisions are made that have impact far beyond one organization, one sector, or one country. All this, just to say that I believe Brussels is a very fitting place to talk about sovereignty, and I'm honored to see you all here. Now, for Belgian organizations, sovereignty is not about cutting ties with the world. It is the opposite. It's about staying open and competitive, while keeping control over what is important for them legally and operationally. When Belgian customers talk about sovereignty, they usually mean 4 very practical things. First, the rules really apply. Data lives under Belgian and European law, GDPR, sector regulations, not as a theory, but as something auditors, boards, and citizens expect to see enforced every day. Second, clear control when things go wrong, a cyber incident, an outage, geopolitical pressure. In those moments, there cannot be any confusion. Who decides, who operates, and who is accountable? That questions come back again and again, in government, in healthcare, in finance, in energy, and in industry. Third, resilience, not dependency. Belgium is deeply connected with port, pharma, logistics, finance, European institutions. Sovereignty here is not about isolation, it's about avoiding single points of failure. And fourth, different answers for different workloads. What sovereignty means for a federal administration is not the same as what it means for a bank, a hospital, a manufacturer, or a global brewer. Belgian customers are very clear on this. One size does not fit all. And that is why many leaders sum it up very simply. We want to innovate fast, but not at the cost of control. So, does sovereignty really matter today? Yes, more than ever. And not because it's fashionable. Three things have changed very visibly for Belgian organizations. First, sovereignty moved from policy to execution. What used to be a policy discussion is now an architectural one. Where does my data live? Who can access it? Under which laws? How resilient are systems under pressure? These questions no longer live in white papers. They show up in procurement, they show up in audits, and in boardrooms. Second, risk has become a daily leadership issue. Cybersecurity, AI regulation, supply chain pressure, geopolitical tension. Belgian leaders don't experience this only once a year. They deal with it every single week. Sovereignty has become risk management, not ideology. And third, trust is now a competitive advantage, especially, but not solely, in public services, healthcare, finance, and critical infrastructure. If citizens, regulators, or partners don't trust how data and systems are governed, innovation simply doesn't scale. So here in Belgium, Microsoft has made a long-term investment in cloud infrastructure, including 3 data centers. It's called Azure Belgium Central. Not as a statement, but as a response to what our customers are asking for. Customers want to run demanding innovation workloads, including high-performance compute to drive their innovation. They want to protect sensitive data, even while it's being processed, which is why confidential compute is becoming so central. And they want architectures that support hybrids. So when required, they can operate fully disconnected. And that is exactly what we offer them in Azure Belgium Central. But technology is never enough. Only technology is never enough. In every serious sovereignty conversation, customers are also asking for assurances, for governance, for transparency, for contractual clarity, and for operational accountability. And that is exactly what today is about, and the different speakers will take you through it during the day. At the heart of it all, it is our mission to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. Not by asking customers to compromise on what matters most to them, but by building solutions that respect their realities and evolve with their needs. So today, it's not about slogans. It's not about abstract debates. It's about moving from the why to the how. And on a very personal note, as a Belgian citizen, I care deeply about what this means for our country and for the many organizations that are headquartered here. I'm very committed to help keeping Belgium and the broader ecosystem we are part of innovative, competitive, secure, and in control. And I'm genuinely grateful that I get pursue this ambition within Microsoft, because turning these commitments into reality takes scale, engineering depth, long-term investment, and the willingness to stay engaged even when the questions are hard. So you will hear today how sovereignty can be addressed by a risk-based approach that truly supports innovation and competitiveness, how capabilities come together across cloud foundations, security, resilience, and governance, and how our customers and our partners turn this into real working solutions that fully support their innovation. So for the rest of the day, I wish you honest dialogues and insightful conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mareke, for setting the stage so clearly for today's conversation. Now, let's move on into our opening keynote, entering a new era of digital sovereignty. Because if there is one thing that has become very clear, it is that digital sovereignty is no longer a theoretical concept. It has become a boardroom priority driven by AI, regulation, and an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape. Microsoft's approach to sovereignty is built around flexibility, offering a range of cloud solutions combined with strong security and trusted partnerships. So organizations can stay in control while continuing to innovate. And to share that perspective, I'm very pleased to welcome Philippe Rogge, Worldwide Public Sector and Sovereignty Leader at Microsoft. And he will share his vision for Europe's secure digital future. So Philippe, the stage is yours. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Hannah. Good morning, everyone. I guess I'll be keeping my badge. I tried to take it off, but it didn't work. It's wonderful to see so many familiar and new faces here today. For those of you joining online, welcome to Belgium. As a proud Belgian, it's obviously very particular for me to be here and to be able to address this illustrious crowd here in the room, and obviously to catch your attention online as well. Clearly, we live in complicated times, and we have all been confronted, and we are being confronted on a daily basis with external signals and triggers which make us wonder how to best run our businesses. I'm not a politician, I'm not a policymaker, but obviously in my role at Microsoft, together with my fantastic colleagues, we think very deeply about how to bring the best of our toolkit to customers. And so today I wanted to share with you some thoughts and center most around the learnings from the last couple of months. I'm going to try to anonymize it, of course, as much as I should, and not divulge customer names. But I can guarantee you that these stories are grounded in very concrete work that our teams around the world have been engaged in. Let me start a little longer ago and go back to the concept of sovereignty. The term didn't exist yet, but in political theory it is actually believed that the ancient Romans came up with this notion of an indivisible authority, with authority to exert control within a specific geographical region. And that is probably the foundation of what we now call sovereignty. It married control over the military, control over the judicial authorities, and basically put that power into singular hands. The territories were split up in provinces, and within the province there was one leader, and that leader had ultimate control. They believed that that was the best way to run it, and at the top of that pyramid sat the empire. They called this imperium, and the emperor had basically even immunity from the law. He was legibus solutus. He was absolved even of control by the law, which of course is a very extreme situation, but that is ultimately a form of governance to which we can trace back a lot of the stuff that's going on today. Sovereignty existed, but it wasn't actually coined until philosopher Jean Bodin in 1563 came up with the term. Looking around at what was happening, in the medieval period, there was a lot of friction between kings, nobles, and church, and they couldn't figure out who ruled what and who was in charge of what. And so Bodin coined the phrase sovereignty, and that's really stuck with us ever since. He believed, that only a prince with these levels of sovereign authority would be able to bring peace. And so that is ultimately the first real historical reference on sovereignty, and that's 500 years old, nearly 500 years old. Sovereignty as a concept has endured since, and if you fast forward to more modern times, it is clear that we still see a lot of parallels, and that today, the discussions we're about to have here today and we're having on a regular basis around digital sovereignty still have a lot of relationships with that. Let me fast forward a lot and take you to the end of the 20th century. Microsoft, as you may know, is going on 51 years existence. And when we started, our business model was actually fairly clear and fairly simple. It was fairly revolutionary at the time, but it was equally simple. We were not going to get into hardware, but we basically wrote software. We packaged it in a box. We used to call it shrink-wrapped software for the little plastic that went around the box. And we sold, those pieces of software. And that obviously led to an incredible democratization of access to these types of technology, led to an arguably incredible creation of wealth. But obviously, in that business model, there was one small but important side effect, which I'll come back to. It was an incredible trade-off, if you will, between great efficiencies for end users, but at the same time, these devices were very, very vulnerable. I don't want to offend anybody in the room, but I'm assuming that looking at the room, many of you have heard of McAfee, Kaspersky, and Norton back in the day. And you probably don't hear about them very much anymore. That is because as the world shifted to a cloud model, effectively, that operating model brought a lot of other benefits. Software providers like ourselves started running many of these workloads in the cloud, bringing an enormous amount, of course, of efficiencies, of economical benefits to customers, but also innovation, because we were now no longer counting on the end user to basically upgrade their machines to the latest technology. That was now being done centrally. And so a lot of that value basically followed the speed at which these providers were effectively offering hyperscale cloud computing. Many businesses benefited from that because ultimately they started adopting what was the latest and greatest in technology. And from a cybersecurity point of view, obviously there was now a better way to basically secure both the endpoint devices, let's say the desktops, as well as the server software, because there was telemetry and there was a lot of signal that would come back, and a great way to analyze that signal and immediately react. And so the trade-off between having both the most secure as well as the most advanced and the most cost-effective, that's in part why the cloud ultimately became a success. And obviously Microsoft pivoted its business model from being probably the undisputed leader in on-premise software to being one of the major leaders in the cloud, and certainly in the public sector space, definitely being the leader there. Now, as you think about that, ultimately, the conversations with customers were getting more and more intimate because the reliance of customers on this cloud technology was obviously becoming bigger. And you sort of hear, the introduction, we're going to come back to sovereignty here. Fundamentally, in engaging with many of these customers, we started hearing that they were also interested, obviously, in maintaining levels of sovereignty. And so early in the 2010s, Microsoft set about building a sovereign cloud in Germany at the request of German customers and the German government, and basically started building, a regulated cloud environment in Germany. This was long before the current, dare I say, hype or buzz around digital sovereignty was mainstream, let alone policy. In fact, the reality was that whilst it was probably ahead of its time, the requirements by the government were, I think, also ahead of their time and very, very real. And ultimately, customers decided to vote with their wallets. They basically went to the commercial cloud and they left this regulated cloud for what it was. Needless to say, it was not a success. And a few years ago, we basically wound that cloud down. So that was clearly ahead of its time and ahead of the market. So if you look at where we're now and the world we're operating now, it's clear that, certainly since the last 18 months, we have seen a resurgence of the need for digital sovereignty. I think you all understand what the triggers might have been, but I also believe it is important to just reflect on whether this is temporary or permanent. And I think it is important that we ground ourselves in a reality which I think is undisputable. Ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall, I think we need to conclude that the unipolar world we were living in, effectively has started to shift. The US obviously exerted, an incredible position of power across the world, setting standards, bringing democracy to many places in the world. And clearly, the former Soviet Union was weakened. At the same time, China performed its, I didn't invent the name, but they performed their economical miracle by bringing 700 million Chinese out of poverty and obviously became an economic and technological powerhouse. And so I do think it is important we ground ourselves not in the latest news flashes around what may happen in the White House or anywhere else, but that we realize that the underlying tectonic plates of political powers have shifted, which is probably the best precursor to figure out whether the digital sovereignty buzz that's happening today is tied to or related to specific political actions or motivations, or is a reflection of the underlying tectonic plates. I personally believe in the latter. I think this is here to stay, probably, certainly for my lifetime. We'll see what happens next. History tells us that things can change, but I don't think I have a lot more centuries to go to see the change. But so I think it is important that we really deeply reflect on what we're being asked to put in here today and try to understand whether these things are going to be relatively permanent in our lifetime, so to speak, or whether they're just whims and that they might go away in a few months or years. I believe we need to think about this quite structurally. Clearly, there is global trade uncertainty. In the last couple of weeks, we have, unfortunately, another armed conflict. And so I don't think we should expect the situation to become any easier or any clearer, but I think we are where we are. And these seismic shifts will probably continue, and we need to adjust to them. And I think that's ultimately what many of us are engaged in. And that's also how we think about these things at Microsoft, is how can we continue to develop and innovate and listen to our customers, partners, stakeholders, and the policymakers to see where they want us to take ultimately this piece of technology, which is a fundamental building block of societies nowadays. I think we don't need to shy away from that. We have a societal responsibility, and we take that very seriously. And so that is ultimately what's driving us forward. As we look at the future, ultimately, and almost, I don't know if it's accidental, but I actually believe it is, we're also seeing, obviously, the birth of this AI wave. And so that has somewhat coincided, if you will, with where we are on sovereignty. I actually think that's great news. It's great news because from a point of view of AI, and I can only speak for Microsoft, but everything that we are doing as Microsoft in the AI space is clearly deeply grounded in sovereignty. Localization commitments, architectures that are being made, partnerships that we're making around the world are all grounded in the belief that ultimately many of you and policymakers will want a level of sovereignty when you use these AI tools to basically go build and reinvent and innovate for the future. So fundamentally, I think that's sort of the environment that we're operating in. I think you're very well aware of that. The purpose of today is to not sell you specific products. I'm not qualified to do that. But fundamentally help you navigate how to think about these things, and also share a little bit of our design philosophy and give you a sense of how we think about these things, which are obviously very fluid and we continue to innovate, we continue to be dynamic, and obviously we love the dialogue here. So ultimately, we're going to try to share with you as many on-the-ground learnings over the last couple of months, because that is ultimately what some of your colleagues and peers in other countries have actually done. Now, one of the key questions that I always ask when I get to travel around the world in my role, and obviously the sovereignty question pops up everywhere. In fact, I was on the phone with an American customer last week, and they were worried about the sovereignty of their solutions. So you sort of imagine that this is very European only, but it happens everywhere. And people ask the same questions, which is, how do I set myself up so that I can retain a level of control? And I think one of the key things you have to start this conversation with always is, what does sovereignty mean to you? I think we're coming out of a phase, probably the last 12 months, where we are being told what our definition of sovereignty needs to be. And I think that's a mistake. It's a mistake because it's a simplification. I'm not going to tell you what sovereignty means to you. That's not what we at Microsoft want to do. With all due respect, and I know we have some representatives in the room, and they're obviously very, very welcome, this is not about the Gartner definition, it's not about the IDC definition, it's not about the Microsoft definition, it's not about the Google definition, it's not about the AWS, it's about your definition. And it's about your needs. And I think that, to me, is the key here, is we need to get to a level of understanding. We want to help you get to a level of understanding of your precise needs and get beyond, let's say, the dogmatic definitions of what your requirements are. Because as Marijke said, there is no one-size-fits-all. And I think that, to me, is probably the key lesson of the last couple of months, is you can come in with a boilerplate solution, but if you're really serious and you do the real work, you find out that you need to go several levels deeper and really understand what the trade-offs are, really understand what the customer estate looks like, really understand what trade-offs they would want to make. And that is what I want to talk to you a little bit more about. So we need a methodology. This is the most boring slide of the whole presentation, and I apologize. Sometimes you just need a framework. And I try to avoid this slide, and I'll take the opportunity to thank my team for all the hard work putting this event together. I'm seeing people pull out their phones on this slide. I can see why you would do this. I mean, the backgrounds on the previous slides were nice, but I'm guessing you can download these anywhere. But fundamentally, by the way, hold your phones, because I want you, if you're going to take a picture of the next one, which is coming up. Just trying to help them out. Phone storage and all. But fundamentally, I think, the key is there is a way that I think, in all humility, there's a way that we have learned as we engage with customers around the world to talk about this. We would come in and say, hey, here are our 3 clouds. And customers went, okay, great. What do they do? And we never really got to the right conversations. Thankfully, over the last several decades, our colleagues have built deep levels of intimacy with customers. And I think that is just an incredible asset that we have, which allows us to enrich these conversations and really customize the sovereignty conversation to every individual customer. And that, to me, is where we need to start. And so, get out your phones, please. This is the version. I rest my case. Lily, if you're watching, they like your slide. But fundamentally, this is the way we look at it. There's a framework, but there is not one framework. Every organization, whether public or commercial, will operate across multiple countries, maybe in different business units, definitely with different business processes, and all of these have different sensitivities. They have different sensitivities to the data that they use, and this is now becoming, I think, one of the new things, when it comes to business continuity, they also have different sensitivities of the different processes and workloads that they use in terms of, is it a problem if this thing falls out for 72 hours or forever if I can keep the data? So we used to have data classification. I think we now need to add something which I call workload continuity classification. And so if you take all of these across your entire organization, across all the countries you operate in, you then can start to ask yourself questions. So every customer has a different reality and operating environment. And we actually look at this with customers through 3 lenses, which you obviously see here. Let me start on the bottom left. You would think this is the easiest one. This is supposed to be the minimum requirement, the policy, the stuff that you get when you enter the door. The reality is it's probably one of the hardest things to do. Why? Because policy is so fluid in this space. Understandably so. We're seeing, across, and believe me, I've sampled this across probably 24 countries around the world. People used to have policies, but they were based on essentially data privacy. That's now obviously evolved to include, data privacy and residency, to operational control. Can we trust any of these American cloud providers to access our data or not? And now, obviously, also to include the business continuity. And so, fundamentally, the policy that's there on paper today, frankly, is not much of a guide. And at the same time, our fantastic policy teams, who are also in the room here, are trying to help in a very careful and humble way. I think we know our place, but to help understand, what type of risks are real and what type of risks are probably, evening new headlines. I don't want to offend anyone. Hanne is obviously our anchor at the national TV evening news, so I just caught myself there. But fundamentally, really going into the depths of what are real risks and what are perceived risks. So the policy piece is actually quite complicated, requires a deep understanding, which sometimes goes beyond the policymakers. And frankly, sometimes it's not enough. What we're seeing, for example, is we're seeing procurement requirements that in many cases are way beyond the actual policy. And so that may sound paradoxical, but in many countries I can attribute it to a number of things. In some countries it's just basically trying to be safe. They realize their policy requirements are not up to speed yet, and so they put something out there in a singular procurement tender so that they are safe. And obviously, to be safe, they probably go, in our perspective, a little bit overboard. There's another theory which basically says, in many places, that's happening because they're also testing the market. They're trying to figure out what the Microsofts and competitors in this space have to offer, and also what the local providers, in this case, let's say the European providers, have to offer, which I think is probably a smart thing to do. We're also seeing places where the politicians feel a little bit exposed to writing new policy, and for fear of retaliation, I've had this said to me by a government official, they're actually whispering to the procurement teams to raise the bar on procurement. So they've developed unofficial policy because they actually feel somewhat exposed politically of rewriting policy, because they feel that unfortunately may lead to retaliation. So it's a very fluid space, and any organization, of course, the policymakers will take their learnings from my thoughts. The people who are subject to these regulations will feel the pain that I just described, which is it's very hard to understand what the requirement is and how much is a must and how much is my own interpretation, and whether if I do something today, regulation might change tomorrow and then I need to go do things again. So that, I think, is really one of the challenges. Let me add to that that obviously within organizations, typically we see boards who understand risk. They, let's be honest, they're there also to shield the organizations which they steward from risks, but they're obviously not as deeply technically ingrained into the actual risks and exposures here. And so, sometimes they can also potentially overshoot the mark for lack of technical understanding. And then lastly, there's public opinion. The political business model, I think, is pretty obvious, is get re-elected, right? It's a zero-sum game. If I win, you lose, and if you win, I lose. I mean, that's basically what we have in sort of democratic political systems. And so basically rejecting the status quo is probably a smart starting point, let's say, for any opposition politician to look at. And so you get a lot of noise and a lot of hype. And of course, if the external world gives a lot of feedstock to making these stories sound credible, you get a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear. And so within that space, that to me is probably the hardest space to really understand for customers. And so that, I think, is already, I think, a very, very complex starting point. My only advice would be go in the details. Get in the details, understand the technical depth, and then make sure you can explain in technical terms, translated, to the level of technical understanding of your audience, what you're actually trying to do. What I've heard so far is that when these risks are clearly defined and described, boards will actually take the right decisions. The second thing I would mention is the top of the pyramid here, is effectively cybersecurity. Now, I always say, if you think about all of the ransomware or nation-state attacks which are out there, first of all, you probably need to multiply by 100 the ones you hear about, because no company is going to voluntarily put out the fact that they were just hacked, right? If they do so, it's because there's been a service interruption and they need to admit to it. But the reality is nobody's very proud of any of their systems being basically compromised. That, to me, mathematically and statistically, is still, I would say, the highest exposure, the highest risk to your sovereignty. Because you're being exposed to a party you probably don't know, in a country which you can probably trust less than what I would say the current mainstream sovereignty concern scenarios are probably all about. And it's probably much more random than actually even having political motive. Now, we publish an annual report in which we detail the cyber state of the world as we see it. Microsoft has effectively been the second most attacked entity on the planet from a cybersecurity point of view. And if you read the report, it's pretty clear to see that cyber warfare obviously always precedes kinetic warfare, and so has been taken on a significant rise. And schools, hospitals, and public administrations are prime targets for those types of disruptions, because they tend to mobilize citizen anger and fury and frustration. So that, I think, is clearly one factor that we need to take into consideration. As I traveled in the last couple of months, I also find something quite interesting, which is that what I would call traditionally allied nations of the West, I'm trying to be a little bit vague and inclusive of countries you may not necessarily think of, but sort of the traditional alliances on the defense side, when you meet with the leaders of the brigadier general who runs the cyber division, or even the political stakeholders, the ministries of defense typically are right now the most clear that they need cybersecurity protection in the public cloud. for two reasons. One is it gives them the assurance of real-time threat intelligence, which they don't have in air-gapped solutions, because effectively these patterns are being recognized on a near real-time basis, solutions are being developed and patched immediately, and are being deployed. And secondly, and this is a bit sad, but it's true, they all talk about interoperability. The closer they come to conflict, the more they obviously focus on operational interoperability. In the old days, even allied, ministries of defense or armies would basically transport briefings in suitcases, with handcuffs, etc., etc. I mean, we're obviously in the 21st century right now, and they also understand that having real-time intelligence and interconnected systems is really the way to go. So when I first heard these stories, I was like, that's a bit weird. Why would they go do that? But the more you talk about them, it's pretty clear. And this honestly happens across, the classical alliance that you see today. And it isn't until they then tell you, it's interesting because we as a community actually understand one another quite well and we want to interoperate, but we struggle with our civilian ministry colleagues who are much more conservative and probably less technical and want to basically air gap everything, etc., etc. Even within many governments right now, there is this tension where the military people actually understand that working together among allies is the safest way to go forward. And obviously the civilian, let's say, decision makers are a little more conservative. So that's probably one thing. The second thing I want to talk about is business continuity. Business continuity, let's be honest, is a concept we all know, we've all planned for as companies and organizations, but we used to plan for natural disasters, mostly. And we've seen a bunch of those, although you sometimes see them and, they're being talked about as an accident or a natural disaster, but not everybody believes that it's actually a natural event or a disaster. The line is becoming more blurred. And so I think most organizations have business continuity plans right now which work, but we're now also needing to prepare for adversarial actions or sabotage, which can effectively also disrupt your business continuity. And so that clearly is obviously one of the key concerns that we need to add to this equation. We used to operate availability zones for availability zones, generators, you name it, to basically keep everything running. Right now, I think you need to do more. Just 2 weeks ago, in the Gulf, 2 Iranian drones took out 2 replicated availability zones of one of our competitors, but candidly, I guess we've been lucky, but I guess it could have been us. Data centers where data was replicated, which were, over 100 kilometers apart in a very targeted action. That's the new reality. Those are the things that keep my colleagues in Seattle up at night, which is, wow, that line's now shifted. When you think about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz and the subsea marine cables probably carry between 30 and 40% of the world's internet traffic, and we've all seen disruptions to subsea cables in many oceans and waterbeds over the last couple of years, that's another concern, which I think we're actually quite well protected against because I looked into it at the request of a customer. So these lines are being redrawn, to be honest. My colleague Jeff, a little bit later on, will talk about our experience in Ukraine, which I think tells the same story. But we just need to be very, very mindful that there's needs there. We're also seeing clearly that dependence on cloud not leading to people leaving the cloud. In fact, in many cases, there was one case a little bit closer to home, not in Belgium, a little bit closer to home, where there was a political up spike of tensions, which you all saw and heard probably 2 months ago, which led to that particular organization effectively duplicating what they had. They did not want to leave the public cloud because they wanted the innovation in the cybersecurity, but they also could not live with the fact that potentially they felt that they may be exposed to a sanction, and so they duplicated back on-premise what they had, and they're now working with our engineering teams to basically synchronize the data. They use this in production, and they have this in case things go wrong. Thankfully, that conflict has somewhat dissipated for now. And then there's innovation and AI. If I put aside sort of the broader geopolitical, who's going to win the US-China AI debate, I think that's above my pay grade. But fundamentally, organizations today want to retain control over their data. They want to retain control over their IP, whether it's the past IP in documents or in their people, which they're putting in these systems, or it's the new intellectual property that they're developing with these systems. They want to keep it to themselves. The good news is we have this in the public cloud, we have this on-premise. But again, we're seeing also through policy making that is going to be required. And again, another customer we have in Europe whose entire business model relies on looking at data, analyzing the data, and then drawing conclusions. I'm trying to be a bit cryptical. Also said, look, we may be sanctioned, but we still want to use the best AI that's out there because it's core to our business model. And again, they're going to continue to use what's out there. So suffice to say that if you put all this together across the different business processes that you're operating in, you can then fundamentally get to what I call an architecture for your entire organization and a roadmap, because this is not a switch that you can turn on and everything is sovereign. And so when you have that roadmap and you have that architecture, obviously you need to figure out what tools are out there to basically do it. And so during the rest of today, I'm going to have my colleagues basically explain to you what the tools are and how they play into many of these risks. On the continuum of sovereignty controls, we obviously have technical, we have contractual, and we have operational controls. But obviously technology, isn't enough. You need obviously strong architectures backed by contractual and policy commitments. I think Jeff's going to talk about this in a second. We then also have, of course, cybersecurity. As Microsoft, we collect 100 trillion signals a day of people logging in left, right, center. And that allows us to basically extract, the best set, worldwide best set of signals to basically then drive our cybersecurity operations. And I think, Jeff, you might also potentially talk a little bit about the threat intelligence that we're sharing out, obviously how these 100 trillion signals are infused into the solutions that we bring out there. Cyber is becoming an AI reality right now. The threats are being developed by AI, and so to some extent you need AI to address them. So there's obviously a coming together of these two. As you look at AI in itself, obviously there is frontier innovation, which is putting these tools into the hands of all of your people, and coming up with innovation, breakthrough, productivity gains. And so again, we have the broadest set of frontier models available in our public cloud. We've announced, and I don't want to steal his thunder, but Stuart will probably talk about that, the availability also of AI models now in our fully disconnected appliance. So again, you have options here to decide where you want to run that AI. I don't think at this point you have options to decide whether you want to do AI, but that's for another summit. We have one tomorrow on the other side of town, which is called the Microsoft AI Tour. That's what they'll be talking about. But I don't think you have options, but that's not the topic of today. But Stuart will talk to us about the options that we have and the commitments that we take to localizing data and the control that you keep. And then all of this is fantastic, but ultimately you need to go from paper to practice. And so one of the things we have built over the last many decades as Microsoft is a partner ecosystem. And so we feel very confident that with the partners we have some representatives here today, And Didier will talk to some of our customers and some of our partners to explain how they play into this and how they can support organizations. Because to be fair, going from theory to practice in a world where every organization will have very customized, very specific needs is a massive piece of work. And so having that capacity and that capability is ultimately going to be key. And Didier will talk about that in practice. Look, in conclusion, I went back all the way to the Romans for historical context. I believe this topic isn't going to go away. There's many angles. We understand that the situation is very fluid and that it will continue to be evolving. And so our commitment clearly is to continue to listen. First of all, to observe what's going out there. I mean, in many cases, you don't even need to listen to our customers. When you see what's happening on the news, you sort of understand that the lines are being redrawn, and so that leads to immediate reactions in our engineering teams. That's fantastic. So we'll continue to adjust, we'll continue to innovate, we'll continue to listen to you. Our hope, of course, is that we could bring this level of methodology and understanding to you, so you can make your own assessment of what you would need. And with that, I think it's time to get into the details. So I'm very happy to probably pass it back to Hannah, and then you'll talk to Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for that clear and forward-looking perspective. In the next keynote, we will look at Microsoft's approach to that question, starting with Microsoft's European digital commitments, covering areas such as cybersecurity, data residency, privacy, ecosystem investment, and resilience. And we will also explore how digital sovereignty is defined today, not as isolation, but as the ability for organizations and governments to operate with control, independence, and trust within the digital economy. And to guide us through this perspective, Philip already mentioned him, and I'm very pleased to welcome him. I'm talking about Jeff Bullwinkle, Vice President and Deputy General Counsel for Microsoft EMEA, who leads Microsoft's legal strategy across Europe. So, Mr. Bullwinkle, Jeff, the floor is all yours. Please welcome in Jeff Bullwinkle.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you, Marijke. Thank you, Philippe, as well, for those remarks to give us context for today. Thanks, everybody, for joining here in person, and for those who are joining online. It's great to be here, and during my time with you today, we'll talk about issues relating to trust, and I'll offer some comments initially for context, but we'll spend some time also with Hannah in a conversation about that as well. But let me build upon what Marijke and Philippe said in connection with trust, something that we recognize and I think is important to acknowledge does not build up over the course of days or weeks or months, but rather is earned over the course of years and, of course, decades. And Philippe mentioned that we are, as a company now, over 50 years old. For over 40 of those years, we've been investing here in Europe. Many decades in Europe, many decades, of course, across the whole of EMEA as well, and around the world as friends of ours are joining us from different parts of the region. I think it is interesting to point out that for me, my very first product that I used for Microsoft was in fact localized, and the first product localized by Microsoft in European languages. This was Microsoft Word. I was a law student at the time. It changed my life in fundamental ways, and you can see here the code from our archive reflecting the original code in French and in German. And that product, which was in fact produced in a shrink wrap kind of package that Philippe mentioned, I remember that very well, put the company on a path to be able to connect with companies across the region, across EMEA, across the world in so many different ways that were very exciting. And we feel that opportunity today to do that in connection with this era of artificial intelligence. We need, of course, technology. We need, of course, to have the skills to use the technology. But most of all, we need trust. And I think it is important to emphasize the point that Philippe made. These are tumultuous times. I think these are the most tumultuous times anyone in this room or online has ever experienced in their lifetime. And we appreciate that in times like this, when we have this geopolitical environment that is so volatile, it's so dynamic, so unpredictable, that trust becomes an issue. Indeed, trust in technology has become an issue as well. We at the company recognize, of course, that people will not use technology they don't trust. That is very clear. It's clear to me, as somebody who lived nearby in Holland for 5 years, that as a famous Dutch statesman once said in the 19th century, trust arrives on foot and leaves on horseback. And I think it's an apropos grounding for us today. And to be very clear, we have no intention at all of leaving on horseback. On the contrary, at a moment in time when the Atlantic Ocean seems wider perhaps than it has in the past, it's incumbent on us as a company to operate in a way that builds bridges, that creates trust in a really fundamental way. And in rooms like this, in conversations with government leaders, with policymakers, with our private sector customers as well, with our partners, one word comes up every single time you talk about trust, that is sovereignty. Sovereignty is at the moment on everyone's mind, not really as an abstract political concept, but rather really as a practical concern. Can I rely upon the technology that I use every single day? Will it be resilient under duress? These are important considerations everyone here in the room and online surely is thinking about. It's natural that in this era of volatility, people will think about this in a way that is very real, I think, for all of us. And therefore, as a company, we recognize that for us, it's not as though sovereignty is a challenge to overcome, but rather an opportunity we have, responsibility we have to meeting our customers where they need to be, making sure that, in fact, sovereignty is designed from the start. That is how we're going to help make this AI opportunity real in today's era of geopolitical volatility. It was for that reason that we felt it important as a company to talk about the issues in a way that reflects the moment that we are in. And I have a slide here reflecting what Microsoft announced through our Vice Chair and President, Brad Smith, just about 1 year ago here in Belgium, in fact, here in Brussels. These are framed as European commitments because that's where Brad was at the time. He made this announcement, and that's because the issues that we're talking about here were so much in focus in Europe at that time, and of course they still are. But to be very clear, for colleagues of ours joining across the Middle East and Africa, and indeed around the world, much of what you see here on this slide applies with equal force around the world as well. And so I want to spend just a moment talking about each of these 5 commitments that we have, many of which reflect things that we've been doing as a company already for some time. Some things are newer that are, I think, really designed to meet the moment that we are in. The very first commitment you see here is, of course, the recognition of our need to be supporting a cloud and AI ecosystem that is indeed broad. That includes our significant investments we've made here, as Marika said, in Belgium, across Europe, across EMEA, and around the world. In fact, when we talked about this commitment a year ago, we indicated that as of the end of a 5-year period, ending in 2027, Microsoft would double its capacity across Europe, giving us over 200 data centers in 16 countries in the region. But equally, we're working with other companies in Europe, cloud hosters and the like, to support what is going to be necessarily a broad and diverse cloud and AI ecosystem. To be very clear as well, and Philippe talked about regulation and how important that really is for all of us, we are not confused about the applicability of the laws of the countries in which we operate. Our infrastructure, the services running within them, very clearly are governed by the laws of the countries in which we operate, including here across Europe. And despite this being complex for us as a company to make sure we are keeping pace with regulation that is so dynamic as well, you can count on the company in ensuring that our services are indeed going to be compliant with applicable laws. That is fundamental. The second commitment here really is focused on this challenge around resiliency people think about. And this really is aimed to address a concern that we've heard over time that we might be subject to an order to cease or suspend cloud services. To be very clear, we think that the likelihood of that happening is extraordinarily remote for a variety of reasons we can talk about, but it's on the minds of our customers, of our partners, of government leaders, and therefore something we have to make sure we're being responsive to. And so this has 3 different elements to this. The first is our feeling that it really is important for us to ensure that our investments here across Europe, across EMEA, are governed by Europeans, in fact. And so infrastructure we have across Europe at this point now is overseen by boards of directors that are comprised exclusively of European nationals. The second element around this commitment is this focus on the kill switch scenario. This idea, again, that there's going to be an order that we cease or suspend cloud services. And what we've done here is include in our contracts for governments across Europe a contractual obligation on the company that in the event we were to receive an order like this, we in fact would resist that order, including through litigation if necessary. That's not just an empty promise on a piece of paper, but rather a reflection of a strong track record Microsoft has in resisting what we would see potentially as government overreach, and we can talk about that a little bit later as well. We've also extended that commitment to customers that are operating in highly regulated environments, say financial services institutions or healthcare providers or critical infrastructure providers as well. So that is a contract commitment you can expect from Microsoft that I think is, we hope, reassuring. And customers have told us that they appreciate that commitment. They've been positive about that in their reaction, but they've also said, Microsoft, what happens if you resist and you sue and you lose? That's why this third element is focused on making sure we have continuity partnerships as well with companies in the event we need to rely upon those. And we were pleased last year in November to announce a partnership with Delos, a company in Germany, which is a national partner cloud we were building with SAP, will in fact serve as one of our partners for continuity, and there will be others as well. This third commitment, though, really does reflect something that is a long-standing company a commitment to protect the privacy of European data, and this too has several elements to it. The first, I would say, relates to what is a common concern about the circumstances under which Microsoft is compelled to turn over data to a government outside of a certain jurisdiction. People think about the US, but really it's an obligation that might come up in connection with governments across the world. We can talk more about the Cloud Act, I think, later on, and some common misconceptions about that. But to be very clear, we have as a company a very rigorous process for evaluating the circumstances in which we may need to respond to government requests for data. And beyond that, a very clear contractual commitment as well we've taken on to resist every time we have a lawful means for doing so, a lawful basis for doing so. Every time we get a government request for data, we in fact will resist that where we have a lawful basis for doing so. That too, again, is not just an empty word in a contract, empty promise in a contract. It's a reflection, again, of the company's commitment, really backed up by our track record to do just that. Some may remember that, in fact, during the Obama administration, Microsoft sued the US government not once or twice or three times, but four times, in fact, precisely to guard against what we thought was going to be an improper overreach around access to data, which fundamentally is not our data. It's our customers' data, and that's reflected in how we think about this particular area. The second part of this commitment, though, does relate to interest people have in having data resident in their own country, and Philippe talked about this as well. We certainly understand that, although I think that debate is evolving very quickly in the context of conflicts we're having today, for example, in the Middle East. But to be very clear, we decided it would be important for us to create data residency for customers across Europe, not because it's legally required, it's not. We have the ability to transfer data across the Atlantic and around the world in accordance with European law. However, there was a preference expressed by some of our customers to have data hosted and stored and processed in the region. And therefore, we created this EU data boundary for the Microsoft Cloud that allows us to make that commitment as well. And of course, we have data residency services as well across different parts of the whole of EMEA and around the world. The third element of this commitment around protecting data privacy and security does go to what Philippe talked about around our sovereign cloud portfolio. I won't talk about this in detail either because Stuart will talk about this, I think, at some length. But I would just emphasize here that you can see what really is a portfolio approach to sovereign cloud solutions. Our cloud itself, our public cloud, which really is sovereign by design in various ways. A number of partner clouds we're working on with other companies as well in different parts of the region. But fundamentally, a lot of innovation in the context of what's now called sovereign private cloud that was announced for the first time when Satya was here in Europe both in London and in Munich. And here, as you hear more about from Stuart, we have the ability to offer customers that have particular concerns about regulation or sensitivity of data and want to be able to run even frontier models in their own infrastructure, either in a hybrid format or fully disconnected. We can offer any one of those options for customers that wish to have that level of optionality across this portfolio of sovereign cloud solutions we hear more about in the course of the day. This fourth commitment is around cybersecurity, which Philippe talked about at some length. And this indeed has been for the company a focus for some time. We are seeing increasingly pernicious threats from all kinds of sources, whether activists or organized criminal groups or indeed nation-state actors as well, most commonly, of course, from Russia, from China, from Iran, and from North Korea. So we decided to announce a new program as well, focused on making sure we're doing all that we can to help governments and countries in need. And I think our focus on Ukraine, our work in Ukraine, is a good example of how you can't really have a conversation about sovereignty that doesn't reflect the need for both digital sovereignty and physical sovereignty. One has to protect digital borders as well as physical borders. It was a month ago that we marked the 4-year anniversary of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. But in fact, the war began, really, the first shots were fired, you could say, in cyberspace, when in fact, Ukrainian government targets were under threat from Russian nation-state actors. And through our ability to understand what's happening in the threat environment, Microsoft was able to mitigate that risk, and beyond that, help Ukraine migrate their data across infrastructure in Europe to be essentially protected from the onslaught of a Russian kinetic war. And so you can say, paradoxically, Microsoft had the ability to protect Ukraine's sovereignty precisely by dispersing its assets, its digital assets, across the entire region. More broadly, though, we have a program we've been working on with European governments that we call a European Security Program that we've announced back in June of last calendar year and are now in the process of rolling out to governments across Europe. However, though, this is information, as Philippe indicated, that is available in many cases broadly through what Philippe mentioned as our Microsoft Digital Defense Report, which comes out on a regular basis, and you can find that online in PDF, reflecting our ability to triangulate, as Philippe said, 100 trillion signals every single day to understand the threat environment and to help guard against risk before they actually become problems for our customers. The fifth commitment I'll just talk about briefly is our commitment really to help ensure we're doing all that we can to help our customers become competitive in this really exciting era of cloud and AI. Naturally, skills is an important part of that. We've got a team across EMEA. Our Elevate team is focused on making sure that we can get 20 million people skilled with a high in-demand credential for AI skilling, and about 6 million of those people will be in the EMEA region. Another element of this commitment around competitiveness does reflect our recognition of the need to make sure that AI becomes more multilingual, more culturally sensitive as well. And so here we have various programs across Europe, including one just nearby in Luxembourg, to make sure we have content not in English language, but often in low-resource languages as well, including Luxembourgish, to help animate opportunities at a very local level, which I think you could say is another dimension of sovereignty as well. Now, all of these things that we have done, that I've talked about, are things that as a company we've done largely on our own, but equally we recognize an opportunity we have to work with tech leaders, not just here in Europe, but across the world, to really make sure that our shared customers have the ability to rely upon a supply chain, a tech supply chain, a tech stack that is private, that is resilient, that is secure under duress in all circumstances. And so, about a month ago, Brad Smith from Microsoft represented us in connection with the launch of a new group, a new consortium called a Trusted Tech Alliance that includes the companies you see here on this slide, focused precisely on making sure that we can work together across different geographies and parts of the tech stack to address this fundamental concern. Now, this is really interesting to see, this collection of companies, because you see both diversity in relation to geography, some iconic companies from across Asia, leading tech companies, of course, here in Europe, leading tech companies as well in the United States, companies also representing the global south, Cassava or Cassava Technology and Liquid in Africa, for instance, Reliance Jio in India. And what these companies have in common is their interest in working together to address shared concerns. You'll see that there are companies here that are competitors, whether it's Ericsson or Nokia or Microsoft and Google and AWS. All of us have a recognition of our need to make sure that at every layer of the supply chain, of the tech stack, we need to have the ability to rely upon companies that are operating in a certain way, in accordance with shared values, in accordance with applicable laws as well, making sure that we are going to be evaluated not based upon our nationality as a company, but rather based upon how, in fact, we do operate. And so this just began really about a month ago. It's early days, but we're very excited about what this may bring to us here in Brussels, across Europe, across EMEA, around the world, in terms of shifting the conversation about resiliency and sovereignty in a fundamental way. Again, this kind of thing that we have done, that we will do, is not something that we are legally obliged to do. But as my boss, Microsoft Vice Chair and President, often has said, we don't need a law to give us permission to do the right thing. Thank you very much. I'll pause there and we can go to our conversation with Hannah.
Thank you, Jeff. May I invite you to take a chair so we continue the conversation and take a deeper dive in some things you have told us here. First of all, let's talk more about cybersecurity, because a topic that everyone is focused on right now. Can you tell us more about what Microsoft is doing to promote greater cybersecurity? And you already mentioned it, but I'm interested to better understand what you have been doing in Ukraine and the region more broadly.
Thanks, Anna. Just to build upon some of the comments I made a moment ago, we have as a company invested hugely in this area, as I think has been indicated. We've got some 34,000 people in the company working on cybersecurity in one way or another. So a lot of investment in that space. Because of the breadth of Microsoft's cloud services and the global footprint the company has, we do have this intelligence graph, if you will. What Philippe talked about, what I mentioned as well, the ability to look at 100 trillion signals every single day, identify where threats are developing and how we might be able to address those. And this, it gets back to our relationship with Ukraine, which is so interesting. Obviously, it goes way back more than 4 years. But indeed, it was, again, last month that we marked this 4-year anniversary of the invasion in Ukraine. But we had the ability, through our own intelligence, to identify a certain kind of malware that we codenamed Foxblade, that had the intention, effectively, of wiping out government data center servers, as well as banks and other institutions that are part of the fabric of Ukrainian society, as Philippe mentioned. And because of our ability to identify this, we had the ability as well to protect the government of Ukraine against it before it became a problem. But that happened, that cyber attack happened some days before February 24th, 2022, when tanks and troops rolled across the borders of Ukraine. It also, I think, reflected for us a recognition of the danger that people in Ukraine would have in the absence of further steps to guard against kinetic attacks. And sure enough, again, among the very first targets of Russian missiles and bombs were indeed government data centers. Now, interestingly, at the time this was happening, there was a law in effect in Ukraine that prevented the export of data, the transfer of data, government data, across the physical border. Now, because of martial law, the government was able to lift that restriction and allow the government to migrate their own data, not just to Microsoft technology, but other companies as well, and allow these companies to support Ukraine and have them stay online, which they are still to this day, despite the ongoing conflict that we see. We had some colleagues of ours from Microsoft Ukraine here in Brussels just yesterday talking about what they're doing with the government, all in the context of the public cloud, which for them is really fundamental. I'd say as well that this is a support we've given, not because we had to, but because we felt it was the right thing for us to do. It's also been provided by the company effectively at no charge. And the value in total, as of now, is roughly $600 million in support.
Okay, it's a support that is given, but this support for Ukraine raise also important questions about digital sovereignty, because you describe how Microsoft protected Ukraine's digital sovereignty by migrating government data from data centers in Ukraine to your cloud infrastructure across Europe. Still, governments and also enterprise customers across Europe want their data stored in Europe and are concerned about the risk of non-European governments seeking access to data stored in Microsoft's cloud. How do you respond?
These are questions we do get frequently from customers, certainly from governments as well. But again, I would just emphasize that the experience in Ukraine has that government, certainly, as well as neighboring governments thinking about the Baltic states, thinking quite differently about what sovereignty means and not associating sovereignty with data residency. And as Philippe mentioned, this conflict we have now in the Middle East has customers of ours in that part of the world wondering what they should think about in terms of flexibility of data hosting in different parts of the region and parts of the world. But equally, we recognize very much that in certain parts of the world, certainly here in Europe, there has been a strong preference for local data hosting, and that's exactly why we built this EU data boundary for the Microsoft cloud that we've completed already. At the same time, people have interest in understanding, well, okay, it's good that it's here in Europe, it is still vulnerable somehow to government access requests. This is the concern about the Cloud Act. And here, what I would say is this fear goes back some time. I think it goes back at least 13 years ago when Edward Snowden disappeared from the US with 4 laptops and went to Hong Kong initially and then to Russia, where he is to this day. And as we learned more from the so-called Snowden revelations, it became apparent that at that time trust was an issue. Unfortunately, as sometimes is the case, no offense, reporting is not always accurate. And so there's some reporting early on in the wake of the Snowden revelations that was really wholly specious, wholly inaccurate, giving people the sense that there's somehow a dedicated pipe, unfettered access, say, the US government would have to data stored by American technology companies, which is just not the case at all. In fact, the actual risk of data disclosure to enterprise customers across Europe and around the world is effectively nil, because fundamentally what governments are looking for, not just the US government, by the way, but other governments as well, is indications of criminality. So most commonly, as we get requests for data, they relate to consumer accounts, not to enterprise accounts, and really not at all to the government accounts. And as a consequence of that, we have felt it necessary to build up quite a developed team internally to make sure we understand how we can protect against any improper, inadvertent disclosures. What that means is that every time we get requests for information, the first thing we do is redirect it to the customer. I mean, our comment to law enforcement is, hey, look, you're knocking on the wrong door. This is not our data, it's our customer's data. Go ask them for it. In most cases, that's exactly what happens. Equally, if we get an order from a government, and it could be the US government or some other government, that we are not even allowed to talk about the order for data. There's a gag order, for instance, we'll fight that as well. And here again, in various cases, this was during the Obama administration, we felt it important to take action in US courts, up to and including the US Supreme Court, to guard against what, again, would be improper disclosures outside the boundaries of US law. And when we litigate in cases like this, we do tend to win.
Okay, I think all of this gets to questions, to concerns people have about the US Cloud Act. Are they right to be concerned?
I suspect most people in this room have heard of the Cloud Act and online as well. It's commonly talked about. It's very typically misunderstood. People don't always even understand what cloud in this name means. Cloud is an acronym here. First of all, it stands for Clarifying the Lawful Overseas Use of Data, the Cloud Act. And it was enacted back in 2018. And one thing that you can kind of tell from the title, the name of the act, is that it really was a clarification of existing law as opposed to an expansion of existing law. And effectively what it really just clarified was circumstances under which the US government, in this case, would be able to access data in the hands of, say, US technology companies. But fundamentally, all the protections of US law, which have long existed, still exist. By which I mean, before there's really even a consideration or an opportunity to seek data from Microsoft, there has to be a criminal investigation. This is all about investigating and prosecuting criminality, something that I think most people here in the room and online would agree is a good thing to be doing. And so an investigator or prosecutor would have to go to an independent judicial authority in the US to get authorization, even to issue a warrant for data. that authorization has to be based upon an independent effective showing of probable cause that in fact there is information that is likely to be relevant to the criminal prosecution that is in this company's servers. And maybe on that basis, a court issues a warrant. But again, there's a whole process under law before that can even happen. So that's one thing that's really important for people to appreciate, that there's a whole process really around this that's not expanded somehow by the Cloud Act. There's no unfettered access, for instance. Equally, the Cloud Act does not, in any way, shape, or form, limit Microsoft's ability to build in encryption, which, of course, we have done in various of our products as well. So no problem with that at all. That's one element of the Cloud Act that's worth, I think, clarifying. A second thing that's important to understand is that the Cloud Act often is misunderstood to somehow be applicable only to companies headquartered in the US. Yeah. That's equally not the case. Mm-hmm. In fact, US jurisdiction can extend to companies that have even a fairly minimal business nexus to the US. Any company operating in a way that touches US economic interest, for example, would be subject to the Cloud Act in equal measure as Microsoft. And that really does mean that any technology company operating at scale, whether headquartered here in Europe or someplace else, is going to be within the same jurisdiction as we are. One example of that, I think, would be OVH Cloud, not too far away from France, a French cloud provider. That's indeed a global business as well. And if you go to OVH's website, in fact, they have a language very clearly indicating that they are within jurisdiction in the same way. So it's important, I think, to remember this is not just an issue for US headquartered companies. A third thing, though, I think it's worth emphasizing around the Cloud Act is that this is not something that is somehow unique to US law. In fact, there are governments around the region and around the world that have jurisdictional authority that is effectively the same, coextensive or even beyond what is provided under US law, including here in Belgium. And under the e-evidence regulation here in the EU, as of August, effectively, EU member states will have the same kind of authority as well in terms of seeking information that is outside their own physical borders, as is provided by the Cloud Act too. So really, it's something that I think is almost a common practice, commonly understood among law enforcement around the world in terms of the ability, that governments need to have in certain cases to be able to seek information relevant to criminal prosecutions. One example of this is quite recent, also involving OVH in this case, was an investigation in Canada in which the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP, were seeking data from OVH that in fact was located physically in data centers in France. And they were in fact ruled obliged to turn over data in France to support the Canadian prosecution in Canada.
Okay, that makes it very clear. Thank you very much, Jeff, for sharing those insights and for making some of these very complex topics very clear. So please give him another round of applause, Jeff Wilwinkel. And you may take your seat again. Thank you. Good. We will now take a short break. This is a great moment to grab a coffee, to connect with your peers, to continue some of the conversations we have started this morning. We will be back shortly to continue the discussion of digital governance with further insights, perspectives from across the ecosystem. So enjoy your break, and we will see you back here in 30 minutes. Enjoy it. So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a good break, and now we will continue our program with an external data-driven perspective on digital sovereignty globally. Because beyond the strategy and commitments we have heard this morning, there is also a need to step back and look at what is really happening in the market today. In the next keynote, we will move beyond the broader geopolitical narrative and focus on the realities on the ground, how organizations are approaching sovereignty in practice, and how they assess and manage risk across different dimensions. So what becomes clear is that sovereignty is not a binary concept. It requires a tailored approach depending on the specific needs of each organization. And to guide us through this perspective, I'm very pleased to welcome Raël Nassir, Research Director at IDC and Lead Analyst for Digital Sovereignty. And he will bring an independent, industry-wide view on how sovereignty is evolving across Europe. So please join me in welcoming Raël.
Hannah, and hello to everybody in the room today and also to everybody joining online. So my thanks to Microsoft for inviting me to here to speak with you today. This idea of digital sovereignty is not new. We all know that. We've been talking about it for a good number of years now. But what is significant is that over the last 15 months, we've seen interest in digital sovereignty ramp up globally because of all the geopolitical uncertainties that we've been witnessing. But the problem with sovereignty is that it's a subject that's, as well as not being new, it's fraught with political sensitivities. It's a politically charged subject, it's an emotionally charged subject, and that is causing a lot of confusion in the market. It's creating a lot of distractions for the users. And I say that we need to bring it back to technology, because the answer to digital sovereignty isn't politics. Let's leave that to the politicians, right? It's all about the IT and the technology. So it's not about politics. In that case, what is it about? Well, this is IDC's digital sovereignty stack, and it's a broad concept that encompasses a number of attributes and a number of levels. And I think in essence, when we talk about sovereignty, we talk about digital self-determination. That means that data users and IT users want to be in charge of their own digital destinies. And over the years, we've seen that switching gear. So we've moved up from self-determination to self-sufficiency, and indeed the very notion of survivability. So if you look at the top, and when we talk about geopolitical sovereignty, and increasingly, I think we're being told that that's really about strategic sovereignty. When we think about all aspects of modern society being predicated and built on digital technologies, whether it's our health systems, economic systems, our trade systems, and our military systems as well. So governments at a national scale want to ensure that their critical national infrastructure is always available, come what may. And then if you come down a step to supply chain sovereignty, I think a classic case was during the pandemic, when we all ran out of chips, for example. And in the AI age, do we want to be dependent on Silicon Valley for our CPUs and our GPUs? Or indeed, do we want to be dependent on Taiwan? And in a jurisdiction like the EU, we want to be responsible for our own manufacturing of chips in order to become the AI leader. But that applies to every jurisdiction, because every jurisdiction says, we want to be an AI leader. So you need to be self-sufficient, and you need to have self-sufficiency, sovereignty. And then we talk about assurance. Now, this brings in the key concept of resilience. And that's a key tenet of data sovereignty, especially what we see in terms of what's going on in the Middle East. But resilience has always been absolutely vital for all organizations. And now CIOs, CTOs need to be building resilience into their IT strategies. So that, if you like, is sovereignty at the macro level. Sovereign cloud, which is one of the subjects we're discussing here today, we consider that to be a subset of this concept of digital sovereignty. So is AI sovereignty, by the way. That's a subset of digital sovereignty. But we've come up with a very comprehensive taxonomy that describes all the IT products and solutions that need sovereign controls to achieve these levels of sovereignty: data sovereignty, technical sovereignty, and then also operational sovereignty. And together, we consider these to be the key pillars to build a sovereign cloud. And what you really require, what level you go into, depends on what it is that you're trying to achieve. Now, the data that I'm going to share here is based on a survey that IDC conducted. IDC is always conducting surveys. So we conducted a survey last year. It was the Worldwide Digital Sovereignty Survey. And we basically surveyed 955 cloud users across the world from 500 plus staffed organizations. And these were all not only cloud users, but they were also sovereign cloud users, or they were interested in implementing sovereign cloud solutions in the next 12 months. We explained what we mean by sovereignty in the survey questionnaire, and it was based on all the stuff that I've just shown you. So this is the European respondents from that survey. And I don't want to talk exclusively about Europe, but I think Europe is regarded as the birthplace of digital sovereignty. And what happens in Europe plays out, or will play out, I think, to a large extent in other jurisdictions across the world. But Europe is important and interesting in the world of sovereignty because of the way the dynamics have shifted over the last few years. So we've been asking this question, what drives you towards using a sovereign cloud solution? We've been asking that in our surveys for a good number of years now. And always, traditionally, typically, the answer was compliance, right? And you can see it here. These are the top 4 drivers. It's either compliance with national legislation or regional legislation, or compliance with regulations. But then after a while, especially when the pandemic kicked in, we saw a lot of cloud laggards. So remember, cloud computing as we know it today has been around, about 20 years now? But even outside of the United States, we're talking about immature markets and users. They're still on that journey on day 0 or day 1 or day 2 of those cloud journeys. So during the pandemic, we saw a lot of organizations needing to lean more heavily on their technology and IT service providers because they had to support remote workers. So industries like manufacturing and logistics come to mind here. And they accelerated their digital transformation plans, all predicated on cloud technologies. And so the number one reason then in Europe became, I need to support remote workers and I'm expanding my cloud usage. So that was the number one reason for users wanting a sovereign solution. But then a year later, something strange happened. What happened was that the market was confusing or conflating sovereignty and security, because Europe's top driver about 2 years ago was, I need to enhance my cybersecurity profile. And you can still see it here with 33% saying that they want to improve their data privacy. Now, we shouldn't confuse security and sovereignty. They're not one and the same thing. Maybe they are the same, 2 sides of the same coin. And I put it like this. If you imagine your data is your car, and once you've got it in the garage and you've locked it, it's secure. But who's got access to the car key? Who can drive that car without your authority or permission? That introduces ideas of autonomy and control. And that's what sovereignty is really about. So I think my take on it is the reason the market has got confused, thinking that sovereignty and security are one and the same thing. I'm afraid it's Microsoft is one of the parties that are responsible for that. Because if you look at some of those sovereign cloud solutions that are being released and launched by the global cloud providers, at the very heart of those solutions are enhanced techniques for cybersecurity, whether it's sophisticated encryption or confidential computing, for example. So the market's got it into its head, well, if I use one of these solutions, it's going to give me extra special security. But now look what's happened. And this is what happened last year when we asked our respondents, what is driving you towards a sovereign cloud solution? It's this need to protect against extraterritorial data requests. And those extraterritorial data requests, as Jeff was explaining earlier on, it's not exclusive to US providers. Of course, they're the bigger attack profile, so everybody, they're at a greater exposure level. But it's this need to protect against extraterritorial data requests. It's not about, in Europe, for example, EU versus US, and I think that's important to realize, because the headline writers, sorry, Hannah, and I used to be a journalist, so I can say this, but the headline writers have seized upon this thing that it's about EU versus US, and it isn't about that, because geopolitics, as you can see, doesn't figure in our top 4 drivers. Of course, I'm not going to be naive and kid you and stand up here and say geopolitics does not have an impact. When we've asked this question, it kind of has featured probably at the bottom in our rankings, but it is rising up the agenda. And this year, 26%, 24% said the need to protect against geopolitical risks is the reason that they want a sovereign solution. And then specifically, when we've asked organizations, I've gone back. Specifically, when we've asked organizations, all right, so you've got all this, you've got all these economic uncertainties, you've got tariffs going on, you've got conflicts going on, and they're continuing to go on. You've got regulatory uncertainties as well. And because of all that, we're seeing global interest in digital sovereignty increase in 2025. And this is, worldwide, you can see that the figure is 48% of organizations that we surveyed said that they are far more interested in digital sovereignty in 2025 compared to what they were in 2024. So the follow-up question to that was, okay, so you are more interested in digital sovereignty. What are you going to do about it? What's the impact going to be on your choice of IT services, service providers and platforms? And I draw your attention to that top left figure of 32%. That 32% is saying that we are going to continue using a combination of global cloud providers and local cloud providers. And for me, that represents a win-win-win situation. Why 3 wins? It's a win for the global cloud providers because they get to work with the local providers. Those are local, trusted brands. They've got the local knowledge, they've got the local expertise, and they've got the local skills. And it's a win for the local providers, right? Because they get to work with the global providers and all their innovation capabilities and state-of-the-art security, sustainability, etc. And then it's a win for the customer. Why? Because they get the best of both worlds. They get to be able to leverage both of those solutions. So I think that is plan A, right? There's a lot of talk in Europe at the moment about what is plan B. Plan B being, and Jeff was speaking about this, if because of presidential executive orders, because of kill switches, if the US providers are forced out of Europe, what is plan B? And the European providers say, well, we offer plan B, but there isn't the appetite to exclusively use European providers. Sure, you can see that 11% say we're going to reduce the number of our usage of global cloud service platforms and providers and increase our usage of local providers. But when you think about it, if we move to these smaller grey figures, nobody is saying we're going to actually cut out the global providers and we're exclusively going to use the local providers. That only polled in the single-digit figures. It's there in the bottom right at 3%. And then there are other aspects of things like private cloud. There's a lot of talk about, well, everyone's going to move to private cloud. Well, that's not playing out either because that's polled in single-digit figures. And then it's this idea of, cloud reversibility. I always like to talk about reversibility rather than repatriation, but this idea of taking away from the cloud and going back to on-prem. So, there has been a knee-jerk reaction. We have seen organizations investing more in on-prem over the last 2 years. And I think that's a knee-jerk reaction because of this confusion in the marketplace. Let's just see what happens in the next refresh cycle, and then we can carry on with business as usual. But at the moment, only 4% say they're going to switch their main IT from cloud and then go to on-prem. So I think that's worth watching at the moment. So how does the sovereign cloud fit into a strategy? We've talked about, what the partners are looking like as we go forward. We talked about some of the things that are required for sovereignty. When we've asked organizations, what are the workloads that are most likely to be migrated to a sovereign cloud? And the top 3 are, and I'm going to go in reverse order. So the third one is storage, okay? And that doesn't really surprise me because at this moment in time, we're still at the beginning of our sovereign cloud journeys as well. So you're looking for IaaS, infrastructure as a service solutions, and you're migrating data to cloud-based storage. And then secondly, it's data management, a PaaS solution, platform as a service, managing that data. And that becomes important because that's a crucial part of moving stuff to a sovereign cloud. But the first the first workload that organizations that they're going to back up is backup. And that's important because, again, it tells us about this importance of resilience. Resilience has got to be built into the IT strategy now. Backup is the most popular workload that's going to be migrated to a sovereign cloud. But before we get to that stage, we need to talk about what the challenges are. And this is a double-edged sword, if you want, because On the one hand, it tells user organizations, the pitfalls that they need to watch out for and that they need to avoid. And then on the other hand, it tells the vendors, well, look, these are the pain points that you need to help customers with. And when we've asked this question, and we have been asking this question for about 5 years plus in a variety of surveys that we conduct quite regularly, when we've asked this question, the two pain points that always come up consistently is that I'm not going to deploy a sovereign cloud because it's very costly, and secondly, it's very complex as well. So when we think about some of the extra budget that's required for sovereignty, it's about you need to invest in specialist skills and talent. And that the specialist skills and talent I'm talking about are things like, for example, cloud architecting and cybersecurity. And I always say that you need personnel who have got a degree of jurisprudence as well, because you want somebody who is capable of understanding not only the existing rules and regulations in the jurisdiction in which your company and organization operates, but the ones that are coming down the pipeline, and to see what impact that they are going to have on your IT usage. And it gets worse, because if you're a multinational organization and you've got a big digital footprint, you've got branch offices to support and satellite offices to support globally, not only do you need to keep an eye on the existing rules and regulations in your own home jurisdiction, but in those jurisdictions as well, and also seeing what's coming up in those jurisdictions to see how that impacts your IT strategy. Other areas I think that organizations are going to have to spend extra on are on local infrastructure and local platforms, redesigning internal processes and mechanisms to ensure compliance. And then there's new tools for data governance and management as well. So those are the costs. And then, if you think about the complexity for sovereignty begins right from the outset of the journey, when organizations have to review and classify their data according to sensitivity needs. We also define that in our survey. What does high sensitivity mean? These are the top secret or the highly confidential data sets that if they were leaked, they would have catastrophic consequences on a business. So that is the data that you would consider for a sovereign cloud. At this point, I tend to say that not everything needs to move to a sovereign cloud, and not everything needs to move to any type of cloud, really. But you would only consider the workloads that are primarily subject to regulatory compliance and/or feature high sensitivity data. But classifying your data according to high sensitivity need is a real struggle for organizations, because they ain't got the skills to do it. So they need providers to help them with that. But just going back to the costs for a while, we've asked the question, okay, look, the costs are high on sovereign clouds. How much of a premium are you willing to spend on a sovereign cloud? What are you willing to spend in terms of funding from your cloud budgets? How much are you going to allocate to a sovereign cloud? It ain't good news, I'm afraid. 6 to 10% is basically the most organizations are willing to spend, not only in Europe, but globally. And that's a problem, because we know that there are certain vendors who are launching sovereign cloud offerings, and they want to charge 20%, and they need to make their money back. But we know that organizations, despite their interest, their heightened interest in digital sovereignty, they don't want to spend too much on it. It gets worse, I'm afraid, because when we've also asked organizations, how much do you want to spend on individual solutions for data sovereignty, technical sovereignty, and operational sovereignty? Remember, I described those as the key pillars for a sovereign cloud. So how much do you want to spend on individual solution for each of those things? And roughly 12% said, we don't want to spend anything. We don't want to spend anything because we think sovereignty should be built into all cloud offerings as a default. And my wish is that maybe in a few years' time, we won't have these gatherings. I won't be stood here talking to you about sovereignty, because sovereignty will be a default option. And nobody's going to be saying, do you want to pay for sovereignty any more than they say, look, we've got to be a security. Do you want to pay for security as well? There'll be default options. Whether we get there or not is really down to, my hosts and all the IT industry. But I think that's the sort of situation that we might end up moving to. Other challenges that I'm going to bring up, they're not showing on this graph, on this slide, but there are concerns as well over network security, on sovereign controls of data in transit. Sovereignty isn't just about sovereign controls of data at rest or data at work. You've got to think about sovereign controls of data in transit. And for me, that is a much bigger challenge. Because when you think about your data going across borders, right, being handed off from one operator to another, going across technologies, hopping off microwave links and satellites, and then ending up in POPs, points of presence in data centers. A POP is not fit and forget. Who's got access to that POP? So what I'm saying is that if any point of my data's journey from A to B to C as it reaches its final destination, if at any point somebody can access my data without my permission, without my authority, sovereignty is compromised. And this whole house of sovereign cards starts to look a bit wobbly. So I think network sovereignty presents an opportunity for two bodies. It presents an opportunity for sovereign cloud vendors to go looking for those network infrastructure providers who can guarantee sovereignty. And then it presents an opportunity for telcos and operators and network infrastructure providers to have sovereign credentials that can be proven and demonstrated, and then to partner with sovereign cloud vendors so that you've got that protection, that sovereign controls and protection of data at rest as well as data in transit as well. So can you win with digital sovereignty? Well, when we've asked organizations, what are you looking for? What are you looking for in a sovereign cloud partner and a provider? And the number one answer is always, we want organizations who have got in-country data centers. And that makes sense, right? Because when you think about data localization and data residency needs, you need those data centers to support those needs. So that's the number one requirement. And then we've already spoken about this interest in network sovereignty. And I think that's a particular requirement to try and achieve this idea of technical sovereignty as well. And we've looked at the pain points as well. So I need an organization who can help me address all the pain points and much more for my industry that I just shared with you. And now sovereignty doesn't have to be considered as a necessary evil, right? We've asked organizations, do you see any benefits from deploying a sovereign solution? So among the benefits is, I've already spoken about data autonomy and data control. And when we talk about data control, it's control not only of who's got access to the data, but also data transfers. And don't forget, we need to include metadata in there as well. So I've got greater controls of all my data, and that's important. That's one of the benefits. And then it's this idea of becoming future ready for upcoming regulations and laws as well. So I may not need a sovereign solution today, but if I've got one in place, that when laws do change, remember, not only in my jurisdiction, but in all the jurisdictions in which my organization operates, I'm ready to accommodate, embrace that, because I've got sovereign credentials, I've got sovereign IT environment. And here's the other thing. We know that trust, so I speak about resilience as being a key tenet of digital sovereignty. Trust, we already heard that earlier on, is also a really big tenet of, and I think sometimes it leaves in a Ferrari, not on horseback. So, but we know that sovereignty can engender trust within an organization, because if I'm going up against another business in a new market, for example, and I'm using sovereign resources and they're not, I gain more trust with stakeholders, governments, and customers. So sovereignty can give organizations a competitive edge. It can help open new doors to new markets. So I think that's important to consider as well. What nobody wants, though, is this. Nobody wants a lack of sovereign ecosystems. This is another challenge, I think, mainly for organizations. It is not enough for you to be sovereign, but you need to be able to demonstrate to me that your partners are also sovereign, and then your partners' partners are also sovereign, and starts to get very, very complicated. And it's rather like what I said about network sovereignty. At any step of that way, if I know that your partner or your partner's partner does not have the sovereign credentials that we have agreed with the number one partner, then it starts to look compromised. My sovereignty house of cards starts to look compromised. And we've already heard about how, I think, Marieke, you were talking about, it's not about isolation. So despite what the word sovereignty may mean, it's not about living in splendid digital isolation. We're not talking about creating digital islands. I've already made the point that it's all about partnerships, global partnerships and local partnerships. We're not in this game just to be in it on our own. You might be if you're France, but that's a different case, right? But, I think it's about cooperation. And I think cooperation works, when we all work together. And I think that is really worth fighting for. And then there's this idea of what I call Texit. So you might all remember when Britain was trying to leave the EU, we were all talking about Brexit. And there were complications involved because, there was, how is Britain going to disentangle itself from all that EU legislation and all the EU policies? And I think it's a similar case with technology provision, because if you think about all the intricacies of the global providers and the local providers and all the products and services that organizations use, then how to disentangle yourself and what are you going to replace that with is going to be a real problem. We've seen low-hanging fruit. So what I'm talking about here is we've seen some German governments, local governments, come up with their own homegrown video conferencing platform so that they don't have to rely on something from outside of Europe. I give Europe as an example here again. In Denmark, the Danish government have got their own social media platform as well, and that's low-hanging fruit. But what about when you move further up the tech stack and further up the cloud stack? How far can we actually come up with our own homegrown solutions, not only in Europe, but in the Middle East, in Africa, when we don't have the skills for a start? You could throw billions of euros at it today. Tomorrow, you're not going to get the infrastructure, the platforms, the products, or the skills. So I'm not saying it will never happen. I'm saying it's not going to happen tomorrow. And if there's anybody who thinks it can happen tomorrow, I really want to have lunch with you later. All right. Okay, so what's the payoff for vendors? So this is our latest sovereign cloud market forecast. We estimate that by the end of the decade, global spending on sovereign cloud solutions is going to hit around about $400 billion. So what are organizations going to spend that money on? So when we think about, for example, technical sovereignty, we've already talked about the importance of the network. 70% say that they value network infrastructure management software, and that is the most important priority for them. And then when we think about operational sovereignty, it's all about identity and access management. Organizations want cloud personnel to be residents of the jurisdiction in which they serve. Now, for me, I think that's a bit of a red herring because, depending on where you are a resident, doesn't necessarily guard against bad actors, right? So if, for example, those of organizations launching European sovereign clouds, having European residents as part of their operational and their support and their admin personnel does not guard against bad actors. But nonetheless, that is what organizations want. I think what we need to be mindful of is that they want control over identity and access management. Who's got access to my data, my car key? Who can drive my car without me giving them the authority? But here's the big one. This is data sovereignty. When it comes down to data sovereignty, the number one solution that organizations are looking for sovereign controls is enhanced solutions for governance, risk, and compliance. And we've already heard about this importance of risk management, and I think I'm really heartened to hear that, because I don't hear that from many cloud vendors. I go to so many conferences throughout the year, but only today have I heard risk management being front and center, and I think that's really encouraging. To further bolster that, when we've asked organizations, look, because of all the geopolitical uncertainties that you're witnessing at the moment, what are you going to do about it? And 44% said that they're going to increase the frequency and the granularity of their IT vendors and platforms to assess risk. So really, we're talking about a risk management game, increasingly. Okay, so where does that leave us? You're probably going to be thinking, well, about 25 minutes ago, this guy said he's going to declutter our thinking, and I've probably just added more clutter to it. But hang with me here, because what I think we need to do, we need to be careful. Digital sovereignty is increasingly becoming a marketing term. Organizations that weren't speaking about digital sovereignty about, 18 months ago are suddenly coming out of the woodwork and saying, we've got a sovereign this, and we've got a sovereign that. And when you look under the lid and see what they're offering nothing more than solutions for data residency and data localization. It's important, but that's not what sovereignty is all about. It's part of sovereignty, but there's far more to sovereignty than just data residency and data localization. The other thing is that I think there's a danger of a sovereignty trap. There's a sovereignty trap for vendors because they feel compelled to offer sovereign cloud solutions. And they're forever going to be answering questions about, for example, US Cloud Act. And Jeff, I thought you did an admirable job to talk about that, but I think that message needs to be amplified. And you said it yourself, that it's still top of mind for organizations. And I would probably add in there, and it'd be great to get your views on the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act as well, because that for me is more nefarious. Whereas, Cloud Act goes through criminal court proceedings, FISA doesn't. So, that's something that, whether it's relevant or not, is still top of mind for organizations. Organizations are asking questions about FISA. Then there's the customer organizations as well. They also risk falling into this trap. They think, what is sovereignty? We've spent 25 minutes trying to explain it. We spent all morning trying to explain it. What is sovereignty? Do I need it? If so, how, where, and who can I trust at the end of the day? So I think compliance, and more significantly, IT risk management, present more practical ways to understand and leverage solution. And I think ultimately what I'm saying is that it's really time to hit the digital sovereignty reset button. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rael, for that valuable perspective. We now move on into the next part of the program, a fireside conversation on navigating geopolitical uncertainty while shaping the digital future. And in this conversation, we will explore how geopolitical risk and regulation are shaping decisions around data, around cloud and AI in practice, and how Microsoft's commitment translate into concrete protections for governments and critical industries across Europe. And to discuss this, I'm very pleased to welcome two speakers. First of all, Anthony Cook, Corporate Vice President and Deputy General Counsel at Microsoft, and Philip Rogge, we have already seen him here on stage, Worldwide Public Sector and Sovereignty Leader at Microsoft. Please welcome them. Great. First of all, thank you for joining here on stage. Philip, let's start with something you touched upon your keynote this morning. When speaking with leaders about sovereignty, you grounded the discussion with a simple question. We've seen it. What does sovereignty mean to your organization? Why is this question so important, especially considering everything we see happening geopolitically right now?
Yeah, I think Rahil actually answered the question for me, in the sense that when you observe the conversations that are taking place right now, when you talk to customers, when you read up, what's being put out there, I think there is a bit of sovereignty washing or sovereignty marketing going on, and I think that doesn't serve anyone. I think we need to get to this place of risk management, and we need to get into the details and into the weeds, because ultimately we need to convince boards that the solutions that their teams have implemented meet legal and regulatory requirements, as well as secure themselves against cyber threats and set them up for the type of innovation that their companies are going to need to be either competitive, or, if I'm talking more in a public sector type of environment, the types of transformation, if you will, of the public sector, which is going to lead to national competitiveness, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. And I think we've just had a phase of too many buzzwords out there, and so for me the devil is in the detail. I think there's a correlation also between trust and detail, and in any conversation, your ability to actually show the detail, including potentially highlight gaps, and not try to pretend that there's a solution that can solve all cures, I think is a relevant part of this conversation. So this risk management exercise for me, look, this is practice built. Like this is, and Anthony and I effectively travel the world and meet with customers and hear similar questions from companies and public sector stakeholders from all over the world. And I think sort of our experience has gotten us to the point where having these types of very structured conversations in a risk management exercise is the best way to sort of convey the needs. Okay, Anthony, drawing from your discussions with organizations around the globe, what are leaders most concerned about when it comes to digital sovereignty?
Yeah, and I think the fundamental issues that people are concerned about, there's a relatively high level of consistency as you look across the globe. If I look at, I think the hotspots that we've seen over the course of the last 12 months in particular, places like Canada, places like India, it's emerging in Brazil, and you're seeing a little bit of it in Asia as well. But I think the fundamental issues are around control. They are around operational resiliency, and they are around how can I manage my environment? What are my options? So that becomes very clear. How they've got there is often different. I think in Europe it was clearly very motivated by some of the overt statements of the US government, which really caused people to focus on the operational environment that they'd set up, and I think therefore to really start to question the levers that they had to achieve sovereignty. In India we saw some specific actions from a Microsoft perspective that were sanctions related, but India I think also is a very large market, very large ecosystem, and they have increasingly built a tech stack that is designed for India, and sort of therefore they're looking at how they at every point in the stack drive sovereignty, and really that comes back to, again, as I said, this notion of control. So I think the issues are the same, and as Philippe then mentioned, I think the reality is that there's slightly different definitions of what sovereignty is, and then coming back to how do you have a spectrum of solutions and then take a risk management approach to how you're delivering those solutions, is, I think, again, you may get to different answers in different places, but the toolkit and the fundamental underlying issues are pretty similar.
We need to avoid sovereignty washing, like you mentioned. Philip, we see also other major platform providers offering new sovereignty-related solutions. When organizations are evaluating the choices on the market, what factors should they be considering?
Look, we're obviously, in a competitive market, and our competitors are obviously trying to address the same needs of, in many cases, the same customers the way we are. We have formidable competitors, and I think we drive one another forward. I think that's the good news. But I do think it matters to go into the detail, and I think when you go into the detail and you can explain the specific scenarios, and as I'm sure they do with our approach, I think there are a number of questions that customers need to ask themselves, and so I mean there's just a couple that come to mind, and I'll build on what Rahil was saying. For example, on network security, was it 80% roughly was sort of a top concern. There's a provider of a European provider of a sovereign solution, which we understand has a network stack that's largely built on Chinese networking technology. Now, I come from the telecom space, and I've lived through all of the, let's say, telecom discussions on networking, if you will. Today, still 43%, I think, of Europeans connect to the mobile network over Chinese technology. Again, that's a policy discussion. That's not mine to answer. But I think it is important for customers to look all the way up and down the stack, and sort of understand, where their potential exposures are. We typically, in our space, look at a very narrow set of things. Of course, our colleagues in engineering will make sure that the connectivity is ours, is secured, is resilient, etc., etc. But I think customers need to go through this exercise all the way up and down the technology stack to truly understand where their exposures are. I think there's other discussion points going on in customers today where solutions are launched, which I would say, if you followed Rahil's sort of taxonomy, solutions which are more for plan B than for plan A. Plan B being a complete meltdown of transatlantic relations and European providers no longer being able to operate. That's one solution. Another solution is obviously how do you maintain individual customers protected against against potential sanctions or retaliation at the individual level. And so, different providers will offer different protections for these types of solutions. And so ultimately, this is a very detailed, very scenario-based conversation that we all need to have, and that I think us in the industry have a responsibility of bringing to the customer. I don't think it serves anyone to avoid the detail and stick to sort of the high-level marketing narrative. And I think that's what we're advocating for, is a level of transparency, the detail of individual scenarios, so that customers truly understand what they are still going to be exposed to. Again, there is no, I thought your last slide was a switch, right? Obviously, there is no switch. There is no switch to basically switch everything on and off from energy resiliency, network resiliency, the resiliency of the data center, the entire technology stack, all the way up. It's layering. And I think our ability to have these conversations about the different layers and levels of technical detail that are convincing, I think that's ultimately what all of us, would need to do right now.
That makes it very clear. Thank you, Philippe. Let's take a deeper dive into sovereignty and risk management. Anthony, can you talk about how Microsoft's own risk management team approaches sovereignty-related issues, and maybe particularly around continuity, as we know that is so top of mind among leaders?
Yeah, and I think that if you look at the sort of the what's happened over the course of the past 12 to 18 months on the sovereignty discussion, I think you see, there was a lot of initial discussion around, needing absolute solutions. So people like, okay, I need now, because there's the potential threat, I need to be able to run my environment. I need to be able to run it in isolation without risk from the US government, from any other government. And I think what's happened over time is we've moved from sort of, the sort of more principles and concerns and into this, and as Philippe has said, a much more focus on, well, what are the practical ways in which you're seeking to deliver sovereignty across the different layers in the stack. And I think that that's important, because then when you flip to the risk management side, and I think, in Rahil's presentation, there is, a number of items that were identified as risk, and these are the trade-offs that companies are having to make. So, if you're looking at where you're going to put workloads, cybersecurity is one area. The more that you have your data in an on-prem environment, the more that you have to have the skills and the capability to manage and deploy the security solutions, and the less signal that you're going to get. And then when you put that in the context of, a time when the threat activities are very, very high, you have to make that decision. I'm trading off against, okay, I may have better security, I may have better visibility of threat actors in a context of being in the public cloud environment. If I'm going to switch to an on-prem environment, then frankly, I'm going to have to make that trade-off. We'll also see customers make that trade-off in relation to innovation, and I think the innovation was probably the thing that people understood. Okay, if I'm not in the public cloud, I'm not going to get the right level of innovation, or the same level of innovation as if I'm in an on-prem private cloud environment. But maybe I'm okay with that, because I'm going to get more isolation of my environment. And the continuity part then, I think, becomes, if many institutions, many large institutions, many government institutions have relied on and continue to look at the public cloud because of areas like cybersecurity, because of areas like innovation, because of areas like availability and the flexibility of the environment. And so then they have to start to make decisions about, okay, if I'm going to move to, if I'm looking for absolute continuity, I keep things on-prem. And if I'm going to decide which workloads I want to shift. And so as a company, I think one of the things that we think a lot about is, what are the workloads that are critical to operations that you then need to look, where you may want to look at how you have resiliency in those options. And I think one of the things that we've done from a product and a feature perspective is to think about how we continue to enable both our own operations, but frankly our customers' operations, by ensuring that if they want to move into to private cloud on-prem environments, whether that's through some of our software and into local providers, or whether it's in France and Germany we have the particular national cloud offerings, but they're offering that sort of ability to make the risk trade-off, not necessarily to want to move your whole environment, but to be able to say for critical workloads, I'm going to have some resiliency optionality, because I'm concerned about making sure that I have business continuity. And that's, I think that's becoming the direction that we're starting to see, I think, with customers, frankly, not just in Europe, but globally. It's like, what are my options? And then how do I assess the risk of which workloads I want to put in which type of environment, because that's probably then going to have, as Ren was also pointing out, significant cost implications that then have to be factored into the decision, which again is part of the risk management assessment.
Okay, because it goes without saying, Philippe, we are living in a time of geopolitical tensions and conflict. There are conflicts around the world that are continuing. How is Microsoft prepared to address customers' concerns about control, assurance, recovery?
Yeah, look, fundamentally, I think we do two things. One is we continue to observe what's going on out there, and we try to anticipate. As I said in the keynote, we started building the EU data boundary when data privacy was really, in those days, pretty much everything that was required. We built this German sovereign cloud, which was really ahead of its time, and I think you touched on the economics of it. I think people effectively voted with their wallets. And so I think we're going to continue to try and anticipate where the puck is going, as the famous ice hockey player Wayne Gretzky would have said. I think we need to figure out where this space is moving rather than just adjust and adapt. We've had sovereign clouds in many geographies around the world, and we'll continue to innovate in that space and offer local control and local compliance. Our public clouds, I think the number of regulatory and policy requirements that come out, I think new ones come out every 4 or 5 days in different geos. We don't need customers to worry about those. We need to make sure that we bake these into our public cloud programs. And so I think that's one area. I'm not going to steal Stuart's thunder on some of the announcements on our private sovereign cloud, but again, you'll see continued innovation there. I think that's one piece. Yeah. The other piece is just remaining very, very sensitive to actual customer realities. Jeff talked about the Ukraine situation. That's not an engineering decision. That's simply, in a way, anticipating or observing what's happening with a specific customer and offering solutions which may sound illogical to them at first. I mean, there was this law, and obviously there was a feeling that having a national data center in a country was probably a big exposure, not just from a cyber point of view, but also from a physical kinetic war point of view, and that was proven on the first days, I think, of the attack. Missiles literally were sent into that data center. We've seen the same type of debate, in terms of more natural disasters like floods, etc., etc. People feel that the business continuity, in the public cloud is actually an asset. And I'll just share with you a story which I briefly touched upon, but even, for our colleagues in the Middle East, and I'll just want to do a quick shout out to many of our colleagues in the Middle East who would have been here today if it hadn't been for these tragic events. But fundamentally, one of the things we learned is that as much as customers, yesterday wanted what we call advanced data residency, which is a feature that we offer where we guarantee you that your data basically stays in region. They obviously realized that when drones are starting to attack the physical infrastructure, now they want a copy of that data to go outside, which thankfully the regulator then relaxed, similar to the Ukraine, the regulator relaxed, and so allowing us to basically intervene and start creating copies of the data outside of the region. Again, I think that is just an ability to be empathetic and to be reactive, and our engineering teams have worked day and night, literally for the last 10 days, to enable some of these customers to basically have a safe copy of their estate outside of the region in another public cloud. I think that is ultimately the combination of making sound and anticipating engineering discussions, and at the same time maintaining a level of empathy, obviously for customer needs in situations like these.
Microsoft is doing everything to help the customers. During my conversation with Jeff Bullwinkle, we talked about the US Cloud Act and the concerns, Anthony. The US Cloud Act frequently comes up in European sovereignty discussions. How do you help organizations assess risk on that front?
Well, I think one of the really important ways to do that, and I think it's kind of a more generic theme, I think, is that the customers have a very high expectation of it's not only what you put in your contracts, but it's also how you're standing behind that. And so, on the cloud, and I would say cloud and Pfizer, so that we're clear, because we have the same process that covers both. But in those contexts, what we do is, aside from sort of the ways that Jeff talked about, having contractual provisions that are very focused on ensuring we represent and protect our customers' interests, but we also then have the internal process, but we also then have transparency reports. So we make available to people and we report out on how many requests have we received, how many orders did we receive that we may not have been able to share, when did we disclose data. And it was such an interesting, I think, point that came out of Rahil's presentation, that one of the top risks why people were concerned about sovereignty was then sort of this extraterritorial data access issue. And from our last transparency report, we still have not ever disclosed any public sector data globally to the US government. So, that's we've been operating in the cloud infrastructure for for more than 15, 20 years. So it really, I think, puts at one part it's the highest risk category, but in practical terms, and then if you look on the commercial side, we're looking at 0.0008% of requests that we receive result in any ultimate turnover of data to a government authority. So I think it highlights the importance of the risk management approach as well. Is if you're going to make your entire decision about the operations based on sort of or a concern around a data access issue, that the actual risk in reality is incredibly low. And I think that's the importance to be able to validate that. It's not just a question of whether we can contractually commit to that, but it's then how we're reporting out on a regular basis that you can then make an informed decision about the risk as well. And I think that transparency about the approach, I think is sort of the corollary of having the contractual undertaking. It really gives value to the contractual undertaking.
Okay.
Just maybe quickly building on what Anthony said, I had a conversation, I think it was not yesterday, it was the day before, with a customer, and they were preparing for the board, in this context. And so they basically, they were asking very pointed questions. And so in the middle of the conversation, they talked about, the transparency reports. I pulled up the website and I shared the link in the Teams chat. And I showed them that, we had been reporting this since 2013. And we were obviously first to market with that. And I showed them, what the interface looks like and that we have consumer and enterprise, et cetera, et cetera. And so, we got to the 0.0008, and his question was, okay, that's an average. We're not a public sector customer, that's an average. And I said, this is risk management. This is where you now need to figure out whether, where you sit on the spectrum. What I can tell you is that it's 0 for public sector since 2013 and since we started reporting, that it's 0.0008 on average for commercial customers, and this was a commercial customer. And so this is, I can't answer this for you, but ultimately that is the exercise. So we have some data that we share that can help boards basically assess the overall risk profile. And I think that goes for me to the core of what we call risk management. It's not some conceptual thing. It's literally, we're also here, to be clear, we're in this insurance company building here. That's what these people do.
Yeah. Yes.
They try to assess what risk exposures are, and then what the likelihood of that happening is. And that ultimately, I think, is what this is going to be, because there's no absolutes in this world. And we need to basically do the math camp, if I can call it that, between what are the possible scenarios, what is their likelihood, and what is the potential outcome. If we can get to that place on sovereignty, I think every customer will benefit.
Okay. 0.008, important. Yes. Okay, Anthony, something important, because this month Microsoft submits an amicus brief in support of Anthropic in a US court case involving a government designation of supply chain risk, and some European leaders are watching this closely through a sovereignty lens. What should business leaders and policymakers take away from Microsoft's decision to engage in this way?
Yeah, so and just so people are clear, an amicus brief is a legal means in the US where, whilst you're not party to a legal proceedings, if you have an interest in the proceedings, you can file a brief in support of. You can actually file a brief of just as a clarifying matter because you may have an interest in the matter at law, or you can file it, in fact, on behalf of either party. And we took the decision to support Anthropic in that context. And to and we did that on a number of bases. But I think the principle that I think is very important for us is that where we believe that either our customers' interests or the industry interests need to be we needed to stand behind those, then we will respectfully take the appropriate action to demonstrate that. And so in this particular instance, the actual logic in the order that was made by the US government, it didn't have a lot of coherence because it effectively prevented suppliers like Microsoft, which include Anthropic, in their technology, in the technology that is in fact used by the Department of War. It asked us to immediately cease supplying, and yet it told the Department of Defense, you have 60 days to assess, the Department of War, the 60 days to assess where there is a supply chain risk and then to remove Anthropic from the systems. And that disconnect meant that the technology was not going to be able to be utilized at a time when the US, frankly, the Department of War is at war. And so we felt that was an issue that there was a threat that's ultimately more characterized, I think, as a contractual dispute between the Department of War and others, and therefore we didn't feel that it was appropriate for the for the order to have been given in the form that it was, and we were able to take the step. And it was good to see. I mean, we made that decision. We talked with industry providers. We in fact, talked with the government and indicated that we would take that position. And I do think it's important because it demonstrates that where we believe that there is overreach of executive authority, where we believe that the interests of our customers are not being protected, that we will stand behind those.
Okay.
And that we will take action. In this case, it's not contractually obligated. Our defending data and the contractual undertaking we have about challenging any sort of suspension orders are things we've contractually committed to, so we would be obliged to do that. But I think this sort of step is important because it demonstrates the overall approach that Microsoft is going to take, and that I think is important in demonstrating the position that Microsoft will take for our technology and for our customers.
Okay, good. We already talked about the challenging times, Philippe. How does Microsoft inspire confidence among public sector organizations as well as with business?
Yeah, I think trust tends to come, what was it, Jeff? By foot and leaves Raheel by Ferrari.
By Ferrari.
So look, ultimately it's always a bit awkward to talk about inspiring confidence and trust because it's not something you can ask. It's something that you're given, and it's something that you earn and that you can lose. I think having transparent, authentic, detailed, precise, reliable conversations around, how to approach this topic and how some of our solutions, can address some of these. Talk about the specific layering of solutions to sort of cover the different risks that are out there. I would argue that our ability to engage in these conversations and to talk about solutions to some of these risks is probably our best way to build the trust, or rather, if I am maybe just a little bit more forward, not lose the trust that we've built over the last couple of decades. And I think that's what we stand for. This is clearly an environment which puts the spotlight, not on Microsoft, not even on, American technology hyperscale providers, but obviously is a political, concern. We are not a government. We don't represent a government. We are here, let's say, on the same side of this equation, trying to find solutions. Obviously, we're trying to protect our business, but the only way to do that is to make sure that we find solutions to our customers' business. And I think that, for me, is sort of the philosophy within which we're trying to approach this. Many more things will change, and many more, problems will come along our way. And I think just maintaining that dialogue and continuing to innovate and have truthful interactions with our customers, I think that's ultimately what we try to do.
Okay, good. To end this conversation, Anthony and Philip, what's the most important takeaway after this fireside chat? Anthony.
Well, look, I think this point that Philippe mentioned, I think, for us it's a very important topic, and the best way that we continue to think about this is what are the legal contractual things that we can do, what are the operational things that we can do, and then what can we demonstrate through the actions of the company, reinforcing both of those issues. Because I think, as Philippe has mentioned, I think it really comes through, can you demonstrate your commitment to the sorts of issues that you've identified are important and that you've actually both engineered around and that you've contractually committed to. And I think our actions will speak, and they'll be the resonance of whether what we say is reflected in the way that which our customers experience us.
Okay, the actions will speak. Very clear message, Philippe.
I don't think I can do better than actions speak louder than words. I think fundamentally, I think that's what we strive for. That's what we aim for, whether it's on the contractual, the policy, our engagement with governments around the world, or in specific help to specific customers and governments, even when they for very sad reasons change the requirements on us. We're still trying to figure out how to help them and how to solve solutions for them. Look, we've been in this sovereignty space for going on 15 years, and I think it was never sort of mainstream. If it is mainstream now, I think we need to just continue to do what we do. We're probably not the best marketeers around this space, but let's be honest, who wants to market anything around this area, which is frankly something many of us probably would not have wanted to see happen? I mean, the root causes of it. And so I think just truthfully continue to do what we do in transparency and focused on our customers. I think that's what people can expect from us, and that's also what they'll judge us on.
Okay, that's a very good message to end this fireside chat. Thank you very much, both of you, for being so open and so insightful. Please give them another round of applause, and Anthony and Philip. And now we move into the next part, the last part before lunch of the program, Leaders on Transformation from Requirements to Reality. And in this panel, we will focus on how leading European institutions are translating digital sovereignty into practice. It's about moving from ambition to implementation and learning from those who are doing it today. And I'm very pleased to introduce the panelists, ladies first. First of all, Natalia Ptsilepa, Head of Cloud Engineering and Organizations Platform at the European Investment Bank. We also are welcoming Paul Hussein, Head of Data and Content Systems at the European Securities and Markets Authority, and Antonio Queiroz, Chief Digital Officer at Euroclear. And the discussion will be moderated by Didier Ongena, Vice President EMEA Public Sector at Microsoft. So Didier, there you are. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Now it's working. I was just saying that you just had a professional interviewer, and now you have an amateur. So thanks for being with us today, and thanks for willing to share your stories. Through the day, we went from the why and the what, and increasingly we go into the how. So let me maybe start with kind of a warm-up question. I think one of the things that Philippe mentioned in the beginning is that how we're thinking about sovereignty, how we're thinking about resilience is becoming kind of more and more some holistic conversation. Geopolitics are kind of changing all the time. And so Natalia, if I may start with you, how do you think about geopolitics today, and how does that influence the work you're doing, your need to continue to innovate, the need to continue to manage all of those things? Can you share that a little bit with us?
Yes, of course. Firstly, I will give a little context about our institution, so it will be better to understand when I will come to concrete examples. So European Investment Bank is the lending arm of the European Union, and our core mission is to provide finance guarantees or advisory services to projects which are bringing the value. We operate in more than 160 countries, and we have headquarters in Luxembourg. And generally, we have, I can say, also more than 4,000 employees. And we are also, apart this headquarters, we have also offices generally in the world, around 60. So this is one part. If now I will talk a little about the strategy, we have 8 key areas in our strategy, and I will mention only a few, like, for example, climate action, also sustainable environment. Something what is more probably important for us is like digitalization and also technical innovation, and some of the another aspects like also security defense, for example, or social investment and infrastructure. So now having this picture about what is our mission, also what our core area of our strategy, I think that it's quite clear that we have this strong responsibility for Europe development and also resilience. So, of course, you can understand that everything what is related to geopolitical situation and everything what is on this area, also sovereignty topic, is really key aspect and our attention. Therefore, now, what I also would like to add is that how we see that sovereignty for us is for sure not something what is blocking the innovation. We don't see this as distraction, but rather we see like extra dimension, which in fact is helping us to make better decision, prepare better architecture, and I think that also this is what Philippe you mentioned many times. In fact, it's about the risk management. So sovereignty is now somehow like giving us this wider perspective, I will say. Now moving to the more concrete examples, what really changed? For sure, you can expect that something changed, right? Due to the fact that we were quite young in the whole cloud journey, I can say that in 2025, we changed our strategy. We had the cloud-first strategy, and we changed to cloud-right. I think that the name is already explaining you what really changed. What we decided that it doesn't make any sense to go with everything blindly, right? But rather to really prepare the things and do some kind of the assessment and decide what is really the best place to put our workload. So this is the first change. Second change, we discussed a lot about sovereignty, how to approach. So last year we started to build our sovereignty framework, which at the beginning, and you mentioned in the previous speeches, we heard about this. So of course we took into account data operations and technology, something what is, I think, that quite typical on the market. And we were assessing where we are. But the point is, of course, that if we will take the North Star, everything fully sovereign, of course it's not possible really to start to really build in every corner sovereignty. So how we see this, that this really for us is like a journey. So this year, in fact, 2026, we want to really think about this in which key areas really we want to invest, where makes sense for us, what type of the new projects we would like to do, how we will measure, and simply we want to define really what will be our ambition. So this is like the journey. Another point, once again related to this, what somehow changed, we decided to keep our hybrid approach and multi-cloud approach, where Azure is in fact our primary public cloud platform. And another point which I also can mention is about the somehow like the priority, I can say. I am coming back because many things which I will say you already probably heard, but now you will hear this from the customer perspective. That once again I am coming back to the aspect that for us is this principle about where our data, in fact, where they are, what is the governance, and of course how we will operate the data. So is this aspect, now you know what will change. So to finalize this, what I want to present you, once again I want to emphasize that from our perspective, from our eyes, for sure we don't see that sovereignty and generally this, let's say, different topics, that they slow down our transformation. For sure not. We still want to do this. What we see, in fact, that the sovereignty together with the innovation, in fact, they need to go really hand in hand. So this is the one aspect. And we see, as I mentioned at the beginning, that really sovereignty, in fact, can help us. So we should start to somehow to say about this that it's fear. No, it's in fact, we need to reverse this, that it's helping us to make better decisions.
I'll come back to that in a moment because
Okay.
I'm intrigued by what you said, that sovereignty is helping us to get better decisions. Paul, if I can maybe come to you, a lot of similarities, differences. How do you think about geopolitics and how it's influencing your kind of cloud and innovation and sovereignty strategy at EIB?
I just don't know how I'm going to follow after Rahil and you. So, so for me, the interesting thing is these kind of adversities have happened before, right? So the important thing is to not panic and make kind of knee-jerk decisions. So I'm old enough to remember year 2000. There's been the Ukraine crisis. Now I hear that lots of people are on VMware, and with the VMware pricing, they're having to rethink what they're doing. So for me, the most important thing is to not panic, right? And then you covered, I think, what you were answering and how you were saying you should look at this. I think is very correct. It's around the risk assessment. So we look at business continuity needs to come in there, and then if you look across all your services, they're not all equal. So some are your core business, some are more risky, not risky, some are more critical. And so if you categorize your business processes correctly, then it's not one size fits all, right? So if it's not so critical, you can put it into a service that is more risky. If it's more critical, you want to protect that more, and then you'll have a different strategy. That could be, making it more resilient, for example. And then the next thing is really important. I think you touched on it as well, very well in your presentations. And I'll go a little bit further, maybe. So the capabilities that you get from the public cloud are quite vast compared to what you would get from more sovereign providers. So the level of functionality that you'll get, much higher. So how do you get that from more sovereign providers? That's more difficult, and that may take time to arrive on that. But it's not just about the functionality, it's about the availability, the scalability, all of these ilities that we look at when we're selecting technology. We need to look at that. So we need to balance the functionality with the availability, with the price, all of these things in our decision making. And then, as always, I don't think that sovereignty is any different from any other crisis or any other event that happens in IT. I think we just apply the same approach. We need a short-term roadmap, medium-term, long-term roadmap, and to work with all of our providers and follow as you say, the risk assessment approach and go forward like that. So don't panic, balance, and a roadmap to move forward.
And obviously, you're an important institution, so I'll be keen also to hear how you're selling this to, to the market and to, let's say, to your own supervisors. If I maybe move to Antonio, I think the world, if they didn't know, discovered how important you are as an institution, and I think now, certainly in Belgium, every household know what Euroclear is and what it does, and so you have been at the middle of kind of geopolitics in a different way. So how are you thinking about geopolitics and how it influences your agenda and your roadmap?
So maybe just starting with if taxi drivers are a good indication of success and fame, we are very famous now. So everybody knows where we are, and everybody is curious to see where we are holding something in the building. But seriously, coming to your question, I think Euroclear is a systemic important infrastructure. We hold 43 trillion of assets. We process in a day the GDP of Belgium, and that's underpinned by trust and resilience and stability. So with that comes a lot of responsibility. To add a lens to, I think, the answers that my panel colleagues said, I think we see an evolution of what I would call a magic triangle, or a virtuous triangle between our clients, our regulators, and our partners. Around 2 dimensions. We're having way more intense, deep conversations, so I think details matter, and more sophisticated ones. So our clients, for instance, are asking more questions about what we do with their data, with our processes, what we're going to do with it. And that dialogue has become increasingly more frequent over the last 6 to 9 months, and much more specific to what we're doing. And imagine we operate across the 5 continents, so every different market, and I think that was reflected in the beginning, has different nuances. So one side is our clients asking us more questions and what more dialogue about that. The others are regulators, which is also with but they are also in their own cloud journey, so they're getting more sophisticated, more present. So they want to understand where we are heading. And again, the level of questioning and the details is very important. And then our partners, and this is Microsoft, plays a big role. And I will highlight 3 things which I think are very important that come across in different ways. Context, memory, and details. Context matters. You don't operate in Europe, even in Europe, we are like 27 versions of that in the same way. So understanding the shades of gray is very important because it makes a difference when you deliver services. Memory. You commit to something and you execute on it, even if things changes. And again, we are very happy with the work with Microsoft because it's very different to explain to somebody who's doing it for the last 15 years to someone which is new, the value of commitment and going over time. And then details, being specific. Now, being a proud European, there are nuances of regulation between, Belgian law, Portuguese law, and all of these understandings are very important to us. So when we look at this triangle, what we see, what I would say is very important, is the number of dialogues is increasing and the level of depth and details is increasing. And sovereignty is raising new questions that were not there before, and people expect us to be able to answer.
Thanks. Natalia, coming back to you, so as you introduced your institution a little bit. Can you share a little bit more in depth how modern technologies, cloud capabilities, AI capabilities are kind of at the same time kind of strengthening your mission as an institution, but also kind of strengthening. You talked about the fact that sovereignty was kind of like in a way net positive, or at least making you stronger. Can you share a little bit more how you're doing things, a little bit more concrete, how you're thinking about this?
Yeah, I will also give a few concrete examples. Firstly, maybe our understanding about this modern technology platform. So we see this like that this is the environment which can embed it, really can have, in fact, different areas like cloud infrastructure, applications, development platforms. And we see also that security normally is embedded inside. How we see this, that in fact, having these modern platforms, that this is really helping us like to build like the foundation on which we can in fact, build, scale, operate digital services, taking into account, of course, resilience and this flexible way which they are giving us, always remembering about time to the market. So like, I am purely in IT, so you can imagine that from my perspective, what is giving me that I can extend our portfolio and simply I can propose more services to our business and to our end users. So this is the one element. Now, when I'm thinking more concretely about what really we have, in fact, because this is also probably your interest. So on our side, if I will take like technology layer, thinking about the infrastructure, I am coming back to this that we have, yes, this hybrid multi-cloud. What is important in the context of the Azure, that we have two regions. So like, once again, from my perspective on IT side, I'm happy because I can propose, depends on the needs, that, okay, we talk a little about resilience, high availability, also that we have different regions, which, as you can imagine, especially for the finance services, this is quite important. So if it's needed, we have in portfolio, we can offer. So this is the one aspect. Now I will come back once again to this, what Philip, you mentioned many times about business continuity and disaster recovery. In this context also, like now, we have new, I will say, we are working on the minimum valuable bank, where we want to really secure the key financial services. And we are now exploring which services in the cloud can help us with this. So this is one element. And of course, as a continuation around this, it's also Dora is coming to the picture. So we are really exploring how more we can enhance our services in this context, financial services, to be prepared in the context, in the moment of the crisis. What else? In the context of purely of security, on our side, we are using Defender on-premise and also in the cloud. So you see, sometimes really, we are saying sometimes on-premise cloud, but in fact, some of the elements, they are really crossing the barriers. Thinking about now more applications and what we have for them. So here I can say that what we can offer, it's totally different maturity model with the modern technology platforms, when we can offer all of this like microservices, containers, for example. I love really like infrastructure as a code, yeah, because this also is quite important element in the context of the resilience. All of this we can propose, and of course our businesses, our IT business, I can say they are using. And one also element, like practical example, in 2024 we started with Azure Virtual Desktop. Later we evolved in the direction of Cloud PC. And also we are using DevBox for the developers. Why I'm saying that? Because here is once again context of the resilience, which is quite critical for us. So today I am quite happy because I can really propose this, and I don't need to really worry about about the laptops and what will really happen. So this is really giving us like this security and resilience together. And to finalize all of this and examples which I gave, I can simply tell you that how we see it is that with the modern platform, in fact, it's not the question of the choice if you want to have security or something modern, etc. How we see this really that this modern platform, they can, by default, they can provide you services with embedded security, so you can have the resilience. And of course, some of the aspects which are helping, now I will go a little more to this technical aspects like identity management, of course, compliance. All of this, in fact, you can use to really to help you to manage the modern platform. So once again, to finalize, what I really like about this platform is that you don't need to choose between innovation or security. Simply you have really everything embedded and simply you can use. I would say this way.
Maybe as a quick follow-up, you said you're multi-cloud and hybrids. How do you decide where to put what data and what application? Is that a decision that you are taking as an IT department? Is that the business that is doing this self-analysis?
Yeah, so it's a good question, in fact, because what we have assessment, and based, of course, on the requirements, not only from the business, but also like security requirements, data classification, all of these elements, we are deciding where something should go. But as I mentioned, okay, Azure is our primary, so of course, if we have new workload, we are assessing where really makes sense. If you want to, we prefer to stay on-premise or prefer to go to the cloud. Sometimes it's also the question of the modernization of the application. And once again, we are coming back to this, in fact, where you will invest your money, time, right? So it is about that. So we are assessing really what makes sense, what is also time to market. Sometimes, not always you can have exactly the same efficiency if you will build on the premise, but it's always at the end the question of the choice of us simply what we prefer and what is the best for our business.
It's maybe a little bit still early to say, but I think there is kind of an emerging consensus that generative AI is probably going to lead to kind of the next industrial revolution. You're funding a lot of that in Europe. How does this new technology capabilities, AI, generative AI, how do you feel it's going also to kind of impact your own mission statement, allowing to be better at what you do, allowing to maybe, I don't know, maybe select projects in a smarter way, or how do you think about the innovation piece, while obviously still keeping the resilience and the sovereignty aspects?
Yeah. So here I think that I will not be really original if I will say that we really strongly believe that AI, general AI, that they can unlock the value for the business, and also they can really influence the way how we are working. I think that this is something what also you are experiencing on daily basis. So on our side, I already mentioned in the context of EIB, you can imagine that we have really tons of the documents which we need to process with our projects, etc. So here is the quite key element when we see where AI can really help our end users. And to show you how this also evolved, I mentioned before that we are quite young in the cloud journey. With the AI, in fact, it started also modestly in 2024. So you see, it's once again a little, let's say, fresh topic for us. But this started really with only few use cases, very small, to simply see how this, how will be the adoption on the business side, and generally how we will learn also about the solution. So this journey how further evolve. In 2025, when we saw that the adoption of the few use cases at the beginning was quite good, we decided that we will evolve. But we thought that it's not only about the solutions which you will provide to the business, but also you need to educate your business. So in fact, we started like, I can say 2 streams in fact. One stream, it was about building the AI lab, when really our engineers, they could start to test things. On another side also, we prepared something for the end users. We called this AI Cafe, where our team started to really explain what is behind. Because you know that sometimes we mention a lot that with sovereignty, it's a lot of the emotions. Why? Because sometimes simply we don't understand what is really behind. With AI, it's also this, we see a lot of the emotions because we don't know how this will work, what are the real boundaries of the AI. So it's about that. So we thought that, okay, if we will start this education, explain how it's working, what can be the benefit, it also will help us with the adoption. And more, I will say that people will be more aware about the solutions which we are providing. So this is like aspects from 2025. Now, jumping to 2026, you can imagine that once again, this is evolving, of course. AI now is one of the priority on our sites. Also, this is somehow showing you that really we recognize that it's something what is now the question, not the question of the choice, but really like the next, let's say, step which you need to take if you want to be still in the same train which is already, running. So what, in fact, we are doing. So this year, as I said, that is the priority. We decided to create a dedicated division for this. So it means that, okay, we are planning really to expand AI solutions. And at the same time, we have the committee. But what is important about this AI committee, that here is not only about the business, right? I know that we can say about AI solutions which we can use in the IT, but also we have a lot, majority, in fact, I can say demand which is coming from the business. So in this committee, we have people from our business, from different directorates. Why? Because what we want, that in fact, we as IT, of course, we can execute for them, but we want to really build the pipeline with the demand, different demands which are coming from the business, and based on the priorities of our business, they can really decide where we should invest. So this is about journey. And now, coming to more concrete examples, which about the using of the AI which we have, I can say, okay, we have horizontal and also vertical examples. So horizontal, quite, I think that well known, especially in this context that we are talking today, is about Copilot. So in 2025, we implemented Copilot for all of the users at European Investment Bank. Second aspect was implementation of digital assistant, which is helping, of course, with documents, doing the summary, this type of the things. And the third usage, still horizontal, something what you know very well, all of the types of the chatbots. If I will now move to the more vertical, so it means solutions which are more targeted in the context of our business when really you are going to the concrete directorates. We have something what is called like pre-found model calculation, where we have AI helping to assess potential income which will come and also the daily payments which are coming. And of course, this is something what finance is using. Quite interesting, I found Robot Advisor, which is helping to compare the conditions of the loans. And also we have something for the treasury management in the context of the documents which they are managing. So here you have different examples which we really have, and
both horizontal.
Exactly,
and vertical.
Horizontal, vertical. So you see that we are really working on different areas. And to thinking about the technology which is behind, in fact, these examples, majority, I can say that we are using what is available on Azure Stack, Azure ecosystem. So this is what I mentioned already, this document intelligence, search, for example, Azure Foundry. We are also now looking for the translation services. These are the services which we are using. We are thinking also about, of course, open AI. So we are exploring what is potential and what is available. And now to finalize this, what I said, what I want to emphasize that, in fact, once again, we see really that AI and Gen AI, they can unlock the value, but they need to go together with this security, resilience, all of these elements. So we see really that it's a huge opportunity, but once again, this needs to be done in the proper way and with full understanding and with the respect to all of the regulations, etc.
Thank you so much. Antonio, when you're processing like the GDP of a country in a single day, you said,
Yeah.
Trust and compliance is super important. At the same time, you have the reputation of really be quite innovative as an organization. Can you talk a little bit about how you're using AI, generative AI, to at the same time, maintain that trust, that compliance, and at the same time continue to innovate?
So maybe starting with a bit of the journey and where we are so far, and we move from one to the other. I think we actually in a very traditional way. So we started with predictive analytics, then generative AI, and now, of course, we're trying to do agentic AI as such. And we, in order to be a bit focused on the outcomes, we have like 3 axes or 3 lenses we're taking to try to create value. One is about how we translate or use agentic AI to create value for our clients. Again, an example is on client service. So we have a lot of queries today, email or something else. So we started to play with agents to help that process, or totally different aspect. There's going to be a market change on settlement cycles, so T+1. So we're creating a tool that's supposed to help our clients navigate that. So that's one lens of work, our clients. A second part is we are very IT-intensive organization, so we're doing a lot of uses of AI, how to make IT more efficient as such. And third one is anything which is a repetitive function. So we have now like a family of co-pilots, what we call them. So started with legal co-pilot, now risk co-pilot, and so on. So we are trying to navigate an environment where you have to see this as layered cakes, if you want. We don't stop using one of the AIs. We're trying to be like what fits for purpose. So some things are very well suited with traditional, boring, old-fashioned predictive AI. Others require agents. Now, everybody's excited with AI. Every board member, everybody has an idea. So we're trying to navigate around 3 things, which is putting the right tooling into place. So being sure we don't have a multiplication or some kind of controlled chaos on what everybody's doing, because you can't have a meeting where you need to say AI in the first 45 seconds, if not, something's going wrong. So tooling, that's very important. Then you have the right policies, processes, being sure that people have the right guidance. And again, giving a room to experiment, but being in a control frame. And there's a lot on people and practices. So if you don't know what tooling is available, you're tempted to try to find your own, and everybody has a good idea what should be doing. And if you don't know how to use it, again, the tool with a fool is still kind of a fool. So being sure that we spend enough time training people, making them comfortable to experiment to get the value, because these things in the end are relatively expensive. And if you don't know, token economics is kind of a new thing. So it can go like cloud very up. So we're trying to create an environment where, for instance, we roll out Copilot to everybody in the company. So we're around about 6,000. It's a big investment we're making. But if they don't know how to use it, it's kind of ineffective. And if you don't have boundaries, be it the processes or the tools, it could become quickly a concern. So we're trying to manage this excitement by putting a bit of focus on being clear priorities, clients, operational efficiency, IT, then these guardrails that are a combination of people knowing what we have to do, having the right tools and the right processes. And I think we are kind of like relatively comfortable that's going to be the way to scale, because again, it's kind of a controlled pace we're trying. But we have a lot of temptation internally. Is it fast enough? So we have a lot of debates on the pace of things we're trying to do, but we're trying to navigate around those dimensions.
And are there some use cases that you're more comfortable with, or you see you're providing already a lot of value? Or
I mean, I was very surprised, for instance, how quickly our support functions jumped on AI as such. So either legal was an amazing first supporter, because say this, and probably it's only my legal team, but they have a lot of these tasks which are very repetitive. They have to do, and we have thousands of contracts. And the regulation changes, you have to find that one. So they're spending a lot of time on not added value tasks, and not enough on the things that actually make the difference. So they were first of all, say, guys, this is really incredible, because then I can reallocate my staff to doing the things that make the difference and be showing to the difference. So that was probably one of the biggest things we saw, as the obvious cases tend to be on our client services or something which is more shiny objects, but those functions, and then legal inspired risk, and then inspired finance, which is kind of collecting a snowball effect. Now the second side benefit I would like to call out, that was unintended, is sometimes you believe that those functions are not supportive of innovation, which actually is the opposite, because when it becomes the first clients, of course they're going to be supported with the right environment. So there was a double whammy positive effect. They see the value, and then they become advocates. So I don't have to spend too much time convincing them actually need to make this work, because they're actually the ones actually demanding it. So probably that's one of the most unexpected positive benefits, that we get an ecosystem internal, people driving for change, rather than trying to convince people.
And so you're obviously working in an environment where precision and accuracy is of course important, and I guess we're all in this phase where we're trying out things and we're learning at a very fast pace. Any guardrails that you have put forward? How do you find the right balance between letting people experiment and do things, and at the same time making sure, obviously, that...
It's a very good question. So my best advice on that, accept you're going to fail often, and don't oversell the duration of what you're doing. I mean, we are used to things that as opposed to the last years. So if a project, now you have to do it again in less than 2 years, it's seen as a failure. But AI is moving so fast. Models and showmers, for you did something on document extraction recognition 3 years ago. That was state of the art. AI has probably have 6 generations of AI in between. So the only thing to do is to redo it again and do it start. So educating people early enough what the context of what you're doing and the scope is probably one of the best things we're doing, because it avoids the frustration of we have to restart again. It's such a fast-paced environment, and technology is moving so fast. If you don't get everybody educated about this is the way to do things, and accelerate the times for experimentation, just we have to redo again, then you have a lot of frustration of noise rather than people supportive. So that's more than technology. Getting everybody aligned on the pace of change, what it means, is probably the best thing we have done. And then everybody knows more. It's a learning process, and everybody's kind of figuring it out as we go along. But if everybody has the same understanding of the context, it makes the process more easier to experiment, to continue to learn as an organization.
And obviously, as we discussed before, you're a critical infrastructure player. You have many regulators, stakeholders. You are on your cloud journey for some time. How do you also kind of organize that dialogue? I think one of the things that is interesting in this conversation is there is no silver bullet, there is no one size fits all. So how do you? I think
that's something we always done. I think it's one of the things. And first of all, our regulators are very sophisticated, and we're very lucky. For instance, in Belgium, we have a regulator who is very savvy on things we do. It just happens to be the case. But so the quality of the dialogue is very important. We have people who are keen to understand with us and in a journey. But I think we're always very proactive on saying up front what we will do, enable that, and then move. So they were never taken by surprise. There's always a cycle where we say, by the way, we have in mind the next 6 to 12 months to do that. I remember when I had the first conversation on that 6 years ago on our first cloud journey, saying, this is what we're going to do. I said, okay, this is what we need to do. And there's always a match between the criticality what you bring to the cloud and what you're going to enable. So it's a very progressive dialogue saying, well, The next step is going to be that type of workloads. What are your questions? Are you comfortable with it? And then we go on. So we never took them by surprise saying, now all of a sudden I'm going to go rogue. So I think they appreciate the dialogue, and the fact it's very progressive and very in control is very assuring for them. Now, again, as I said in the beginning, things are accelerating. Now, especially over the last 6 months, they ask more questions, so they expect more, but they understand they are not going to go too fast. There's a sequence of events about intention, enablement, being sure it's safe, and ready. And this is where, for instance, Microsoft was our choice, because having somebody understand the context, that has the same conversation with regulators, makes my life easier. Because I don't have to explain the level of maturity of my partner, they are aware of it. So I gain a lot of time because I can leverage on those conversations and dialogues, which is very helpful for me. Then I focus on my business and not creating that engagement.
Thank you so much. Paul, let's move maybe to ESMA. Data and the data platform is something super important in your role. You also have in a way your customer base is also very very large with also individuals. You're influencing also individuals. So how are you thinking about the trust aspects? You are also on the cloud and AI journey. You have your data platform. So what are the kind of the guardrails for you or some of the principles that you're using?
I'm just going to go away saying that you thought we were sophisticated. I'm just very happy about that.
Because yours is not sophisticated.
Because we're the regulator.
You're equally, or because you're the supervisor, of course.
So you're after the guardrails, and so before we put anything, before we start anything cloud related or even AI related, because we're part of the European government, so we have a lot of heavy regulation that tells us how we're supposed to do things. So we comply with GDPR. Then we have a cybersecurity regulation that we have to comply with. And then because we comply with GDPR, we have to do the data protection impact assessment before we do anything. And then as well as the data protection impact assessment, which is the GDPR-related stuff, we also do an information security risk assessment. So these go hand in hand. So as well as the technology selection, we have to do the DPIA and the information security risk assessment. Of course, also we do a technology assessment. So the technology that we select, that has to be compliant with our strategy. So we have a cloud strategy. It's a mixed strategy. We're trying to find SaaS first rather than go necessarily cloud first. So cloud SaaS is where we want to go. And then after we've done the data protection impact assessment and the information security risk assessment, we have a set of steps that we have to go through, of course. We have an agreement because we're the European financial regulator. We work with the member states' financial regulators, and we have an agreement with them before we go live with anything with them, because they are one of our major customers that we do a penetration test as well. So there's a whole set of steps that we have to go through before we can go live with anything. So we're very highly regulated, unfortunately, but that's a good thing, I would say.
And would you also see, similar to what Natalia mentioned, that the sovereignty discussion, did it help you?
Helping in the risk assessments?
Helping in the assessments, helping in kind of holistic discussion, helping in how you communicate with
really that just so with the data protection assessment and the information security risk assessment, it's just augmenting that list of criteria that we go through. So already we had to assess where the data resided, who's operating that environment, the disaster recovery. It's just adding more elements to that and strengthening those elements as we go through the same risk assessments, really. So, and it's also giving the opportunity to work with new providers and new solutions out there, which is also not a bad thing.
And did it's a similar question that I asked already before. Did the new technology capabilities, and specifically AI and generative AI capabilities, are those also allowing you to do things that you couldn't do before and do a better job as an institution? Are we gaining more strategic sovereignty because of those capabilities?
So the newer technologies, AI, what's nice is we've just completed a couple of projects. So because, again, we're highly regulated, we cannot go very, very fast. So one of the things that we did was, so we supervise credit rating agencies. So as they publish their ratings, one of the projects that we did was we used AI. So let's say, first of all, ESMA, maybe a little bit of an introduction to ESMA like you did, it was just maybe useful. So in around 2019, we moved all of our infrastructure to public cloud. So I think we're one of the few that is 100% on public cloud. What that enabled us to do then is, after we moved there, enabled us to switch on many more technologies. So moving to the public cloud allowed us to get rid of worrying about availability and integration, connectivity. And that freed up space within our organization to switch on new stuff, right? So some of that new stuff is, of course, AI. So we see available in cloud technologies is easy enabling us easily to switch on newer technologies. So it enabled us to use the AI tools available in the cloud to look at those ratings, detect anomalies, and work towards clustering those, and then doing the risk assessment associated with those as we do as a regulator. Also, recently we worked with all the member states. The platform that we put in place, so one of our core business elements is to analyze data. So because we're a European regulator, we don't exist in all the member states. What we do in order to see what's going on in the market is we collect data and we analyze the data. That's really what our core IT business is, apart from all the other systems like document management and finance and procurement. So having a cloud platform to analyze the data also allowed us to work with the member states easily, because an on-premise platform is usually a little bit private, but because it's running on the cloud, you could really very quickly open that up to the member states, open those technologies that are available there. So what we did was we looked at market abuse monitoring and helping the member states be more effective in that market abuse monitoring, using the platform that we built for our in-house analytics that we had to do. So having that on a cloud platform enabled us to switch on those technologies very quickly, do that work with the member states to show that AI could help in market abuse monitoring, show the value of that, and then switch it off afterwards.
Mm. And so obviously you took a kind of a bold decision to, be fully in the clouds. Are current geopolitical elements changing anything of that? Is that kind of reinforcing your decision because you're thinking about resilience, because you're thinking about cybersecurity, or is it harder to defend that choice? Can you talk a little bit about that?
But I think we covered that very well in the beginning. We will look at that holistically. Like I said, not panic. Look at that holistically. Again, our data protection impact assessment, our security risk assessments are being augmented with the elements around sovereignty. And to work, it's also really important to work with our providers, right? So as we're already in the public cloud, tomorrow we cannot move off. If you look at the availability of data centers within Europe, the top 3 public cloud providers, they have all the data centers, right? So if we were to take all those loads off and put them on European sovereign providers, it's just not possible. So we have to build a roadmap to get to the point where we're assessing and complying and mitigating the risks that are identified in our risk assessments. And then, meanwhile, we have to work with our providers. We already had the work done to improve the sovereignty of all the public cloud providers, including yourself. So I think that the ongoing dialogue with your providers to improve. It's not just improving AI capabilities, but it's also improving security, improving sovereignty. I agree, security and sovereignty are not 100% the same thing, but some of this is politics as well. So working with your providers to get to the point where they're achieving the requirements you have in order to mitigate the risks, this is the way forward.
Antonio, you're not completely in the same situation. You are more still in a hybrid infrastructure, a little bit more similar to the EIB. How are you thinking about your cloud journey, and how is that influenced by
I think just speaking on Postman, I think it's like progressive scaling. We're not going to rush into things. It has to be in a very controlled, disciplined manner. And it's finding the right balance between, we need to be comfortable that we can do it properly, we control that our environment is aligned with that, and then we will continue to. So we have an ambition to go more on the cloud, use more public cloud services, but in a very disciplined way, and it'll always be a balance between what we would call the crown jewels that we think are probably not ready today, or the infrastructure is not ready yet, and that will not move, and like domains, things will be more digital and data enabled, probably more the case. So it's going to be striking a balance. So we will do more of the cloud, but in a very progressive, controlled manner, aligned with all that we have to do, like recognize the same processes, risk assessment, security. So there's a series of things we have to do that kind of like give us comfort that we're going to find the right balance. But we will do more, yes, but not in a kind of like rushed way. It's going to be a very disciplined, organized manner to ensure that we are in control. You understand like the risk and the critical what we do in a very, thoughtful, progressive way as we go forward.
And so one last quick question for each of you, like what would be kind of one top strategic priority, and what would you expect from either partners like ourselves or kind of the ecosystem at large?
One is not enough, I say.
One.
Yeah, but one, so if from this what I have like in my mind, I think that it will be AI data platform plus reporting analytics, because all of this is really like combined. So this will be for sure one of the priority which we have.
Thank you. Paul?
So we don't operate in isolation. As I explained, we're a European regulator, and we work with all the member states. So it's to give value to those member states. We work with them, and we can give value by trying to give the capabilities that we've built, either advice to them or make those capabilities available. So we're trying to get to the point where we have a central data hub for financial information in Europe, and trying to work with the member states to get to that point.
Thanks. Last but not least, Antonio?
Orchestration. So we're going to have a world which is going to be a coexistence of on-prem, on cloud, on things we're going to go faster, slower, is how can help us orchestrate an hybrid status or situation is going to last for future. So how we can work together and with the rest of the ecosystem to navigate more the complexity of this hybrid setup, which has multiple layers.
Super. Thank you so much. Thank you, the three of you, to be here with all of us and sharing your stories, your project, your challenges. And Anna, I think we're going to send people off for lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Didier. Thank you very much to the panelists for sharing these insights. It's very clear that digital sovereignty is no longer just a concept. No, it's something that is being implemented across the most complex environments. this afternoon we will take the next step, ladies and gentlemen, from discussion to implementation, because right after lunch we will be joined by Stuart Russell, who will present the newest sovereign cloud capabilities being announced today, offering a first look at how Microsoft is bringing these concepts to life across the full technology stack. So definitely make your way back into the room on time, because you don't want to miss this. But for now, it's lunchtime. Enjoy your lunch and see you at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch and you had a chance to connect and to exchange some ideas. We now move into the second part of our program, where we shift from strategy and discussion to implementation, because a key question remains: how do you actually bring digital sovereignty to life across systems, platforms, and real-world use cases? And that's exactly what the next keynote will focus on: sovereignty implemented, new capabilities across the stack. We will look at how Microsoft is evolving its sovereign cloud capabilities, from new controls around AI models to increased operational transparency and strengthened continuity. And importantly, how these capabilities come together across the full technology stack, from Microsoft 365 and Azure to security and AI platforms, to support real-world scenarios in the public sector and critical infrastructure. And to guide us through all this, I'm very pleased to welcome Stuart Russell, Vice President for International Sovereign Cloud Engineering at Microsoft. So please welcome Stuart.
Hi everyone, I'm Stuart. I'm the product guy now to take over for the afternoon. And thanks everyone for giving me the afternoon shift. I hope you're all nice and full and not too sleepy. And as Philippe said in his talk, those people who get very anxious and worried about all the things you're asking us to do and keep us up at night, I'm one of those people. And I haven't slept for about a year now, because this isn't stopping. So if you could bear with me if I get a bit tired halfway through, it's the lunch and the lack of sleep based on sovereignty. But it's a great pleasure and a privilege to be here today to talk to you about how the platforms, products and services that Microsoft have and continue to evolve are being built to meet your sovereignty needs. So before we go into that, I'll just walk you through the expectations for the session. I'll start by defining digital sovereignty in practical terms, based on what we're hearing from a range of customers, from governments all the way through to multinational commercial enterprises. Second, I'll walk you through how we determine the right approach for sovereignty for you, using a set of real challenges where we see the requirements as they tend to surface. And then I'll do that by walking through 5 common scenarios of sovereignty needs. And for each one, I'll start by talking about the confounding factors, the real tensions driving complexity and pressure, and then show how Microsoft's sovereign portfolio turns these tensions into enforceable controls. I'll close, the last bit of the session will be on continuous innovation, because this space is fast moving, and the question is no longer just how to comply, but how to keep modernizing with confidence while policy, geopolitics, and AI evolve. To ground this, though, we should start with the why. Why is the pressure so intense right now? How did we get to where we are today? Philippe started that at 100 BC. I'm not going to go quite that far back, but I do want to acknowledge something up front that I think everyone in this room is living with every day, that the pace and scope of change feels relentless. We're seeing a new rule or major policy initiative on AI, cybersecurity, and privacy emerging every 4 to 5 days. That means all of us, we're now facing over 1,000 policy initiatives across many countries and many regions. This creates a situation where compliance is not a one-time project, and certainly not something you do once and then relax about it. It's becoming a moving target, and for all institutions, from governments, as I said, to multinationals. The consequence of getting it wrong is public, political, and operational. And layering that regulatory change, that's layering on top of the geopolitical volatility and the AI uncertainty that everyone else has talked about. So it really is a challenge. What I hear from leaders is that it's much more complex than how do we comply, but more about which rules apply when systems, data, and vendors cross borders. How do we keep citizens' services resilient when the geopolitical environment is so unstable? And how do we adopt AI without losing control of data, models, and your accountabilities in this space? That's why the approach we've built is built around trust, built into the engineering stack, which is embedded with security, resilience, and transparency across cloud and our AI services and our 365 estate. Not as an afterthought, but as a design principle, because regulation and national expectations are increasingly demanding verifiable controls. So what do we mean at Microsoft when we say digital sovereignty, and what do we think a practical approach looks like? Not as an afterthought, but as a design principle. At its core, digital sovereignty is the capability to participate in the digital economy securely, independently, and with self-determined controls. I also want to be really explicit about what it's not. It's not autarky. It's not isolation. Our customers' missions, your missions, still require connection. Connections across organizations, across borders, in partnerships, and across supply chains. The real goal is to modernize while maintaining the level of control your mandate requires. So our approach is straightforward. Digital sovereignty should be a foundation to the cloud and the services we provide, delivered through well-governed combination of technical, legal, and operational controls. And you've heard elements of that in the build-up to this talk today. Because every workload that you have has a different risk profile, and the sovereignty requirements need to be adaptable to that workload, not forced into a single rigid model. And it's come up a couple of times, but to further dispel a myth that I think we've covered a few times, sovereignty is not a one-size-fits-all problem. I cannot give you sovereignty solution in a box and say, there you go, that's it. Because one, you all have different sovereignty requirements. For one person, it's centered on residency and compliance. For another, it's about continuing operations in extreme circumstances. And two, those needs aren't static. Your situation is fast changing. And three, as Philippe's talk really eloquently put, it's not just about sovereignty for the sake of sovereignty. It's about balancing cybersecurity with resilience, with global reach, with agility, access to innovation, with sovereignty. So it's all about the trades you make. You determine what is right for you, weighing those different considerations based on the needs and criticality of each workload. These decisions guide how organizations sequence their sovereignty journeys, aligning the level of control to mission priorities and risk tolerance. Once we treat digital sovereignty as a customer-centric workload and critically context-dependent, the next question becomes, so how do you choose the right approach for your environment? That is the decision point many of you, I think, are at. If you've solved it, and you've already solved sovereignty, could you write it down, send it just to me, and follow up afterwards? But it's usually about what's the making portfolio decisions across the data type, systems, and mission criticality of your needs. For the rest of our discussion then, we'll build on that, and we'll anchor to the different problem spaces we see most often. The intent isn't to now overwhelm with loads of product detail. It is to show you, though, that we have a coherent product portfolio behind each requirement, so you can move from uncertainty to concrete controls. I'll use a consistent structure, so I'll start with the confounding factors that we're seeing in each of these scenarios, each of these kind of use case needs, and the tensions that those confounding factors are creating. We'll then move to an illustrative, not comprehensive set of solutions on how we translate the policy intent into practical, auditable controls. So we consistently hear these 5 areas of sovereignty requirements when we speak to people: data residency, cloud operator restrictions, sovereign AI data processing, business continuity, and regulatory requirements. With continuous innovation, resilience, and cybersecurity running across these areas at all times as a baseline expectation that permeates every sovereignty decision. And the reason we use this is quite simple. In each one, customers are not only asking for controls, they're reacting to the various factors: regulatory disharmony, AI opacity, legal exposure, complex data flows, and geopolitical disruption. Our portfolio is designed as a response to those real pressures, so customers can comply confidently and still modernize. So let's jump into those 5, and let's start with the one that I think started everything: data residency. A common requirement we hear from customers is my data must reside in my geography. But residency is often treated like a geography question when the tensions here make it way more complex than that. We know data flows are no longer simple or static. Residency rules vary by data type and by country and by regulatory environment. And your need for global operations clashes with these residency mandates, especially when collaboration, analytics, and AI processing are involved. Our response to this is a practical control over where data is stored, processed, whilst preserving the operational consistency. So these are just illustrative, as I mentioned, but so you've got the EU data boundary, which allows customers' data to be stored within the EU and the EFTA region. We've got advanced data residency for M365, which extends residency into the productivity workloads, the product suite you all know and love. And Azure regional deployment controls limit processing to approved geographies. So as residency becomes a configurable control rather than a compromise, organizations can modernize without reopening the residency debate for every new workload. But data residency isn't the only data requirement we come across. We're also looking at how operator access can be restricted. Here, again, others have covered this. Here, the tension reflects a shift in trust expectations. Customers want to protect sensitive data, not just from hackers, but from the cloud provider itself. First in this space is implicit trust in cloud operators no longer holds for many institutions. Then there's a lack of verifiable proof of non-access. So we're not proving it very well. And with AI and automation starting to do a lot more of the heavy lifting for every organization, we're now seeing concern around the blurred lines. Those blurred lines between automation and humans and human access is creating uncertainty about what is possible, what is permitted, and what can be audited. Our response to this is to try and remove the cloud operator access as a trust assumption and replace it with a controllable, verifiable model where customers retain authority. So again, for example, Azure Confidential Computing keeps data encrypted in use along with the other protections we have for data storage and data in transit. Customer-managed keys through external key management places the decryption authority with the customer, not Microsoft. And with Customer Lockbox and Data Guardian, we are providing auditable workflows and transparency logs that start to give the wider assurance that we're hearing that you guys need day to day. We announced Data Guardian last year, and we can share today that it will start going live from June in the EU and EFTA regions. But I'll cover a bit more on that a few slides on. So this is how customers can start benefiting from the cloud innovations while staying in control, even when we need to do troubleshooting, maintenance, upgrades, or there are emergency escalations we have to deal with. So that covers data and operator access, but let's jump now to the conversation that I think is on the top of everyone's list, which is AI. Now, clearly, for all of you, you will know this, a lot of AI sovereignty is actually about data management. But with the pressures to realize the benefits that AI offers, as with any fast-moving technology, additional tensions occur. Opacity of AI data flows, training, tuning, inference, telemetry, and the feedback loops make it harder to see where data is processed and under which jurisdiction. The second issue we have here is that tension between the innovation speed and the sovereignty control, and the pressure to adopt AI fast without losing autonomy. And third, the rising scrutiny of AI governance and accountability. Policymakers expect transparency, auditability, and enforceable controls. The bar for accountability is rising. Our response to this is to let organizations adopt AI whilst retaining control over data location, model execution, and governance across the AI lifecycle. At one end of the spectrum, then, we have Azure Confidential Computing again, which can protect data during training and inference. And at the other end, for the really heightened sovereignty needs, we have Azure Local with AI Foundry, where we can support local AI workloads, bringing all the power of AI with the control you need to the on-prem infrastructure. The goal in this is simple. AI should respect nationality rules and organization controls without slowing innovation. Next on the list, continuity concerns, where these tensions are not just technical failure, but the operating environment itself. So we've covered this a few times, but business continuity is expanding as a concept. The confounding factors now go way beyond classical outage planning. We have heard in the excellent talks and panels so far that the volatile geopolitical environment is changing what resilience means. Continuity increasingly goes beyond outages. It includes disruption from policy intervention and regional instability. And connectivity itself is becoming a geopolitical dependency. So the ability to operate through isolation really, really matters. Our approach again to this is to treat resilience as a sovereignty requirement. So critical workloads can continue to operate during disruption, network isolation, or regulatory intervention. So again, for complete assurance, you have Azure Local Disconnected, which enables you to run mission-critical workloads without external connectivity. Then for the hybrid, multi-region, Azure architecture provides you a solution which supports failover and resilience across our global infrastructure and your local on-prem estate at the same time. And then we have the national partner clouds, offered through Blur and Delos, which provide locally operated infrastructure under national control. This is how institutions protect outcomes while still evolving services and capabilities, even when the environment is unstable. But lastly, we also hear you say, prove it. Regulations have long shaped the sovereignty controls, and these are not immune to change. First, the complexity and pace of regulatory change keeps rising, and including more industries, and therefore impacting more organizations. Secondly, there is disharmony across regions, so the requirements do not line up neatly across the US, Europe, Asia, for example. And third, we're also seeing a shift in who the policymakers are, with a new generation of technically credible policymakers asking for stronger evidence and more enforceable controls. But I would say that being compliant isn't enough. It's critical to be demonstrably compliant. And that is where our approach is to operationalize compliance, rather than leaving every institution to implement regulations independently. We aim to translate the fragmented regulations into enforceable cloud controls. So concretely, again, that means Azure Policy and our sovereign landing zone solutions apply controls as code across your environments. We have, for example, Microsoft Purview Compliance Manager, which provides audit-ready reporting and evidence. And where regional legal requirements call for it, the EU data boundary aligns operations to regional requirements without a separate cloud strategy for every workload. Through this outcome, you can meet your obligations without fragmenting your estate and keep your ability to modernize services even as regulation evolves. So those are the 5 areas that we think really matter to you, we hear really matter to you. So do tell us afterwards if we've missed some or if there's others that are more important. And also our approach that we think is the way of which we can start managing those together. But let's zoom out of that a bit more and take the portfolio view across the whole stack. Bringing that all together, you've seen this slide before. Satya presented it a year ago, last year, Philippe had in his slides earlier. The changing needs of sovereignty are creating new and evolving tensions that we need to address through the spectrum of controls I've just talked you through. Building on the existing experience we've had in developing sovereign capabilities across our cloud and services infrastructure, we've been able to expand our efforts as the regulatory landscape changes. Microsoft Sovereign Cloud brings together the most comprehensive set of sovereignty solutions across AI, our productivity suite, security, and our cloud platform. So it spans sovereign public cloud, sovereign private cloud, and national partner cloud. And we'll continue to talk to you in those three paradigms, but what you've seen we've done today is to talk a lot more about the continuity of controls we have across them. The reason this matters is that you can now apply stricter controls where needed without building separate, incoherent technology estates. So now let's cover what's new, because what's critical here is these capabilities continue to evolve. This is a framework from which you can optimize your sovereignty approach with agility. So as part of our continuous innovation, we've been making announcements around sovereign public cloud, sovereign private cloud, and our national partner cloud models. Underpinning many of those, and coming later this year, is the Regulated Environment Management product, which provides a single pane of glass and a centralized management layer for monitoring your workloads and resources and ensuring they are aligned with the sovereignty demands that you put on them. This is a foundational element that will allow capabilities like Data Guardian and independent audits to move from commitments into day-to-day customer accessible controls. But what's new at the moment? So I can share today that that Data Guardian will be live in 18 European regions this June. We'll start rolling it out from there. That's fulfilling our promises made last year alongside our European digital commitments. We are also providing verifiable audit results. They'll be published in the Regulated Environment Management tool later in the year, making transparency inherent and directly accessible to you. But that's on the public side. For private cloud, just last month we expanded our disconnected offerings. So disconnected Azure Local and Microsoft 365. So organizations can continue to innovate entirely offline if you so choose. We are bringing as much of the power you need from Microsoft to where you are. And this also includes for sovereign AI, the expansion of capabilities, including AI Foundry Local Disconnected. So now you can bring large AI models into the fully disconnected sovereign environments. So yes, we talk about services, what we're bringing to market, but the bigger message is that these are investments in trust. These investments are trying to track directly the concerns you are managing. They're designed to keep you moving forwards. So whether it is complete control on-prem or strong data management through Azure across global operations, we believe we have a configuration that meets you where you are today and tomorrow. So let me close this just by asking a practical question to you all. What does this mean for you? As you think about your own organizations, the most important questions are often the simplest ones. What are you most concerned about right now? And it's not that your tummy's nice and full and you need a nap. Where do you feel pressure or uncertainty? What are you trying to achieve in the cloud in terms of agility, modernization, and innovation? And what would make you feel more confident and secure as you move forwards? So earlier in this talk, I mentioned the different considerations that we believe organizations weigh as they choose the right sovereignty approach. These questions, we believe, get at the heart of the decision-making because sovereignty is deeply shaped by what organizations need, value, and are accountable for. There isn't a single definition of sovereignty that works for everyone. It's not one size fits all, as we've said. It only works when organizations own their own sovereignty narrative, exactly as we heard from a number of the panel members earlier, defining what matters most to you and how you can move forwards over time. Our role is not to prescribe a solution or dictate a path for that. Our role is to meet you where you are today and give you the capabilities, controls, and confidence to get to where you want to be tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart, for your talk and for those announcements. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move into our next panel, and this discussion we will focus on how sovereignty is delivered in practice through real implementations across cloud platforms, security operations, and increasingly AI workloads. And importantly, we will hear directly from partners who are working with customers every day to turn these concepts into reality. I'm very pleased to introduce our panelists. Let me start with Etienne Gras, Global Chief AI Officer at Capgemini Invent. We also welcome Fabrice de Wind, CEO of Proximus Next, and Wouter van den Bos, Director of Product AI at OpenChip. And the discussion will once again be moderated by Didier Ongena. Please give them a warm welcome. And Didier, the floor is yours. Here we go.
Thank you for being here with us. So as Anna mentioned, I kind of moderated a panel already this morning with customers, and I think what was interesting is, first of all, no contemplation but action. Secondly, a lot of innovation. I would say thanks to sovereignty, despite sovereignty, and then also I think the risk-based approach that really was something that kind of transpired. So what I wanted to start with is maybe, and this panel is very much about the how, but start a little bit with sovereignty and the different perspectives of sovereignty. And Wouter, let me start with you. First of all, I think a lot of people know Capgemini, know Proximus. Maybe not as many people know OpenChip. So can you talk a little bit about what OpenChip does? And then, I had the pleasure of watching Marijke actually interview one of your colleagues. And I think one of the interesting things is that your colleague was talking about sovereignty in a very holistic way, because your ambition is not to be a Belgian company. Your ambition is not to serve only Belgium. Your ambition is larger. And so how do you think about sovereignty in that kind of global context? So let's start with you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us. So OpenChip, for those who haven't had the pleasure of meeting us, is a European company. We're based in Spain, Barcelona, and in a number of other countries, and we're building a series of AI accelerator chips and guards and the whole software layer on top of that. So jokingly, some people often compare us to that the European version of that other company with a green logo. So yes, we are, and it's with a bit of the same ambition level as well, the full stack company.
I wish you the same market cap.
Thank you very much. I believe it's going to be 1 trillion next year, so that's good news. So in that sense, I think indeed sovereignty is something that we look at from a holistic point of view, and I think it's not about European cards for European customers. I think we have a much more global ambition when it comes to that, and we should. It's about, for me, it's about supply chain security, it's about talent, and it's about European values. And these three things combined are important. Supply chain security, I think it's the easiest to understand. If you look at chips and accelerators as the engine of AI computational innovation in Europe, these can also become the brake on that entire innovation speed in Europe. I was a bit concerned last year to read that only about 5 to maximum 10%, on which figures you look at, of advanced GPUs in the world are finding their way to Europe, and the rest is going elsewhere. If you compare that to the fact that if you look at the coming years, the European market in terms of AI services and applications is actually the second biggest in the world, just trailing the US, but before China, then something doesn't match, because that means that we will become customers of the rest of the world and not hampering a lot of the innovation at the European level as well. So that's one thing that's important. And that requires access to European hardware as well, because we don't just want to be left with the 5% that's coming our way. Secondly, it's about talent. I saw some beautiful images from IMEC last week, where they were craning in ASML's biggest and newest beast, advanced lithography machine. And it's a beautiful thing to see, actually, because this is the most complex piece of machinery in the world that you can buy today. If you look at what is hampering Arizona's TSMC fab, for example, it's access to talent. And so having that talent here and having talent attract talent to build that European hardware and that software layer on top of that is key to that sovereignty as well for us. And that's why we are trying to plant a flag in that regard. And then lastly, it's about making these European values, these regulations, into features and not blockers to innovation. If you look at things like GDPR, if you look at things like the AI Act, we sometimes sigh, especially when we have to select all of the cookies we want to enable on our website, something that Stephen Lattre often refers to. But they're also very important principles. They allow us a measure of safety, a measure of trust in technology. And for us, it's also about looking at these regulations and baking them in. I think Stuart just talked about not as an afterthought, but baking them into the very design at the chip level and every layer on top of that. And I think these three things combined for us are sovereignty.
Great. Etienne, first of all, thanks for coming from Paris. Your train was delayed. We are delayed, so everything is fine. You are representing a French company,
yes, I do.
And we know France is focusing a lot on strategic autonomy, even from President de Gaulle onwards. But at the same time, you're present, I think, in 44 countries. Can you share a little bit? What are the commonalities in terms of sovereignty between the different customers and countries you're seeing, and what are some of the biggest differences, and how do you cope with this as an organization?
Super good question, actually. Thank you. I like you named the President de Gaulle, actually, as a French guy. We are in Brussels there. President de Gaulle used to say about European institutions, it doesn't help, actually, to jump on your chair as a goat and say Europe, Europe, Europe. It will never help, actually. And it's a bit the same story with sovereignty. It doesn't help, actually, to jump on your chair as a goat and say sovereignty, sovereignty, sovereignty. You will not build any sovereignty. The Frenchmen are binary when it comes to sovereignty, okay? Because at some point, we consider that we have invented the concept, which is something of true, because there is a French philosopher who invented the concept. It was in the 16th century, and it was to stop the religious war in France. But actually, binary means either you comply with the law and you are sovereign, or you don't comply with the law and you are not sovereign. The world is not made in this way. Sovereignty is all about actually resilience. Resilience is not binary, it's the way you manage your risk, right? And I've seen a lot of insight there. And it's all about autonomy. And autonomy is not a binary concept too. My CEO, Eman, will be here in the French Parliament tomorrow on autonomy and dependencies. And he will convey a very simple message. At some point, you will be more sovereign if you are more independencies, including independencies. You refer to ASML. Actually, as European, we feel more sovereign because ASML is part of a huge dependency chain globally. I used to do the sovereign AI strategy of a Middle East country, to come back on your question, and they were looking at the value chain very pragmatically. So your chips, are they sovereign or not? It's very difficult actually to have sovereign chips. So you need to diversify the way you buy your chips. Then you go to your stacks. Very difficult actually to solve the trade-off between having the best stacks, the best time to market there, and actually fully sovereign stacks. But it's a trade-off that you need to solve at some point. The foundation model building in AI is key. So everybody in France jumping on the chair with Mistral in the mouth, actually happy with Mistral. We support Mistral. We are partner of Mistral, and Mistral is part of the sovereignty, but it doesn't solve the AI sovereignty at all. It's just a foundation model. And then I believe that we are missing a point, which is AI engineering. It's really key. So everything that goes in post-training in AI, it's a lot of skills, talents. The best talent that we have in the Capgemini group in AI engineering are in India. I make it blunt, in India, in Egypt, in Poland. They are not in France at the time being. And the last is the service. You need to have sovereign services. like GSIs. And it's good that we are a European company, we contribute to that. But you need to look at your dependency in all these layers. And we'll come back on the methodology we have. You need to stress test all these layers.
Thanks. Fabrice, you're not only a partner, but you're also a critical infrastructure player yourself. I'm a customer of yours as a residential person. You're serving enterprises. You're serving, obviously, public sector customers. How do you think about sovereignty, even kind of internally at Proximus, just to strengthen your own sovereignty and resilience?
Yeah, I think it's an important debate. I think we're having internally, like I think a lot of clients are having within their own organization. And if you think a bit about Proximus as a group, I think I would say we're quite a diverse organization. Just to put things a bit in perspective, we're one of the largest B2C organizations in Belgium. So that means that we do a lot of digital interactions with clients. We run one of the largest contact center in Belgium. We have one of the more popular apps in Belgium because clients more and more, like yourself, residential users, want to buy services in a digital manner. And in order to deliver these capabilities to these end users, to these consumers, you need to drive a lot of innovation. You need to leverage a lot of AI, which today is more or less only available in the public cloud. So that's one area of our business. On the other hand, we hold a lot of sensitive data. We help solving crimes sometimes with the data that we possess, where mobile phones are being located, for example. We work a lot with the Cyber Center of Security for Belgium, because as one of the largest internet service providers, we see a lot of data and things that are happening on the internet, which could also help in protecting the country, I would say. And then thirdly, we service a lot of large enterprises and large public institutions. Think about some of the largest banks in Belgium, our customers of us, the European institutions, NATO, federal government. So that whole sovereignty debate is, okay, how can we find the right balance between driving innovation, which is really important in our B2C environment, because consumers are expecting digital interactions from us, but also make sure that we can protect the sensitive data that we have for our clients or for public institutions. So that whole debate is around, okay, how do I drive innovation? How do I maintain control? But also, how do I remain cost effective in running that data across that whole ecosystem that we have within our own organization? And of course, as Proximus Next, we have an ambition to help our clients in that sovereign debate. So by definition, by design, when we offer services, we need to be sovereign by design in the capabilities that we offer to our B2B clients, I would say.
As a citizen, I would say that public sector customers would also need some innovation. I still cannot compute as a Belgian that I won't have access to my pension.be for 2 years, but that's a topic. Etienne, you already alluded to it. You have kind of a methodology to help customers think through their think through their resilience and risk posture. Can you talk a little bit about that methodology and practical for us?
We have been obliged to review all our methodologies because actually sovereignty is becoming a board conversation. Okay, it really enters into the boardroom. So, meaning we were used to talk to chief information officers, CTOs, mainly tackling the cloud topic, and the question was how you can actually pay a premium for security. So that's a well-framed conversation. But when you go to the CEO, actually you are going to another conversation, which is how can you sustain a minimum viable company in the long run based on the risk you are managing, which is a bit a different story. So we stress test the company. So we have a booklet of 40 different questions that we adapt to the industry, and we begin the conversation with stress testing with scenario. Are you prepared for this kind of risk? Some are obvious. There is a risk of the US going in Greenland, for instance. That is what happened in this scenario, and what are the implications. And so some are more industry specific. For instance, in the oil industry, the Hormuz Strait being locked in for a while. And we try to, as we did actually in supply chain, that's the methodology we use there is the one we had in supply chain, we try to stress test the company. Then it goes to the level of adaptation that you need to go through actually to secure that you are resilient in the long run. And adaptation and actually resiliency as a cost. So you need to be cost effective in the way you manage this transformation. Because nothing is without cost, actually.
No free lunch.
There is no free lunch there. So every time you want to go deep in sovereignty, I'm thinking about very large French clients like Total, EDF, etc. They really want to go as deep as possible in sovereignty. They need to balance actually the cost of sovereignty with actually their capacity to scale. And then we recommend a strategy that is always a multi-cloud strategy, coming back on cloud, so and relying on the different layers, different buckets that actually Microsoft or others can provide. And the good news is that we now have a large amount of, I would say, options to propose to CEOs. And a lot are intermediate options that allow to reduce the cost. So we never go to a binary cloud strategy with, I would say, private cloud and public cloud, as we used to do in 3 years ago, I would say. We go to the full, I would say, capacities where you go from, the seal category from the European Commission taxonomy. So you need to go from 1 to 3 at some point. Nobody will go to seal 4, so which is where the hardware actually is provided by European companies. But at least the first 3 building blocks.
Yeah, for 4 you almost need to dig the sand in your own garden to
yes.
I
guess that there will be some seal 4 requirement from the European Commission in the coming days, but okay. It's just a guess.
Fabrice, we've been partnering for a very long time. You've operated your own data centers, you have private cloud capabilities, you have a lot of public cloud capabilities. You talked a little bit about your different customer segments a moment ago. How do you guide customers across that spectrum? Should everybody be multi-cloud? Everybody a hybrid cloud? How do you think about that a little bit practically?
Yeah, I think Stuart mentioned it a bit earlier. There's no size-fits-all or one-size-fits-all approach. I think it starts by listening to the client and really understand their pain points and the context. And for us, it really starts with data classification. How do you classify your data between, okay, what is public data towards very, very classified or sensitive data? And I think the role we want to play as Proximus Next is really guiding that customer in that thought process. With a certain amount of neutrality, because I think for us, we offer a broad range of services and capabilities, and we want to make sure that we put the best solution in place for our customers. But I think we also want to show towards our clients that we are innovative, and I think, as you said, Didier, we've been working quite some time with Microsoft, and I think I was also happy to see on the slide of Stuart that the capabilities that Stuart was presenting, we actually signed a partnership agreement between both our organizations. Yesterday, it was a bit of a race against the wire to get it signed, because I wanted to mention it today on stage, where as Proximus Next, we will start including the sovereign capabilities of Microsoft as part of our portfolio towards our clients, because we believe it's about having optionalities. I think I'm also a strong believer in portability, because there's now a lot of geopolitical tension, but things will change. They can go to the worse, they can go better. And I think thinking about scenarios on how I can adapt quickly and be portable with my data in changing circumstances, I think is crucial. And I think that's where we want to have a capability from Proximus Next to offer that full suite, that suite of capabilities to our clients, so we can help them in guiding them through the change in geopolitical environment.
Thanks, Wouter. I think one of the things that I remember from earlier is sovereignty is not isolation. You need to work with partners. How do you choose your partners? What are the criteria? How do you think about partnerships? What is important? Can you maybe share some stories, and also some stories about some of the work that we've done?
Absolutely. So I'm going to start by completely shooting myself in the foot, as in saying that we're a full stack company, so basically we can do it all, but nobody can do it all, right? Nobody can go from transistor to card to data center to application level on their own. So you need partners. It's incredibly important for us as well. And in that sense, sure, there is a world with on-prem installations, there's neo-clouds emerging, there's AI factories emerging, so lots of spaces to sell cards to sell software to. But I think, but Microsoft is also there as a very, for many companies throughout the world, as a very trusted partner to go for your inference and other services and application needs. So obviously we see ourselves as part of that puzzle as well, to bring those European values that we're building into our stack into that Microsoft ecosystem as well. And to your question as what makes a good partner, I think a key thing in the whole process that we're standing before is there's a lot of complexity in building the right AI stack. There's a lot of things to be figured out still. There's a lot of things that are going incredibly fast. Sleepless nights, Stuart says. And the nice thing is that, I'll give a very clear example. We have a very specific view on how data security, data privacy should work in AI inferencing. So we've got our own opinion on things like confidential compute. So when we were building out the first version of our AI orchestration suite together with Microsoft, we quickly bumped into the extent of what was possible out of the box with, in terms of confidential compute on top of Azure. And it was a pleasant surprise to see that the first response from Microsoft on, okay, let's work together on solving this, was just an email away in, I think around noon, we sent an email, around 2 o'clock we got a response. And days later, phone calls were being had, out of the box thinking was done, and we had a solution. A very unique solution that tailored to the principles that we found very important for that confidential compute. That gives me a lot of trust in such a partnership. So that's like one requirement for those partnerships. And I think in terms of why Microsoft, it's also the broader partnership ecosystem that is incredibly important. Again, you're designing very complex things like sovereignty, like how does confidential compute, how does privacy work across the stack for many applications. And it would be naive to just whiteboard that together with all the OpenShift engineers, and we've got some really talented ones in the room. No, you have to co-design a lot of these things together with system integrators, together with SMEs, together with enterprises, and only then can you get that good requirements analysis to build into your software layer, to build into your hardware layer, and beyond. So it's essential.
Thank you. I often say to customers, there is no sovereignty without security. And Proximus was, one of our first partners that kind of integrated the Microsoft platform with Thales key management capabilities, with Intel attestation services. When you're talking to customers about sovereignty, how is cybersecurity playing in that mix? Is it one of the components of sovereignty? Is it something different? Do customers need to do trade-offs? How are you talking about?
I think it needs to be, it's part of that conversation. And in all transparency and in honesty, I think the cybersecurity threat is more imminent than the sovereignty threat, if I can say so. I think, in all honesty, I think, so we're talking a lot about sovereignty, and I don't want to say it's not important, but I'll give you an example. A couple of weeks ago, the Belgian Coast Guard boarded a ghost ship, a Russian ghost ship, and then pulled it into the harbor of Zeebrugge. 2 hours later, we saw a lot of activity from Russian actors on the internet. So I think for me, the security risk, for me, should be a fundamental part of any conversation that a customer is having today. And I think we do have a lot of nice use cases that we are doing together with Microsoft. I'm very proud to say that we protect the federal government holistically together with Microsoft. And for me, the debate is sovereign and security. For me, I would classify that under digital resilience. For me, those go hand in hand.
So no lawful access requests from the Russians. They just start. They just
you see an immediate impact of what's happening in the real world on the internet, on cyber. There's a direct correlation between both. So I think the cybersecurity threat, in my perspective, is more imminent than the sovereignty threat. But of course, we need to have the conversation, and they go hand in hand from my perspective.
Etienne Stewart mentioned it a moment ago. I think globally, every 5 days there is a new regulation or compliance requirements. In Europe, we have NIS2, we have DORA, we have the AI Act. At the same time, to Fabrice's point, AI is also being used by nation states and by cyber criminals to kind of increase the cyber risk posture. You know, how do you navigate all of the compliance expectations, those cybersecurity expectations, and also how do you use AI to kind of, you know, protect against AI in a way?
Yeah, you're right. Super good question, actually. The more complex a regulation is, the better it is for my business. Okay? Not a good point. Not a good point, but actually, I know in Belgium you're already implementing NIS2. DORA is clarifying the way it is implemented. The ECB is providing guidance there. And we are a global company, so we see some signals in Germany. We transfer that to France. We test that with a company. I don't know whether you have already some guidance, but it's blurred. So at some point, we can create a one-stop shop to help our client to secure consistency, but that's not the way it should go. Actually, Eman, my CEO, told to the Financial Times that the AI Act should be adapted because it's too complex. It's far too complex. Just think about 21 different booklet of guidance that has been shared since the adoption of the AI Act. Every company needs to digest 21 booklets, and the average size of a booklet is close to 50 pages. So it's good for consultant company, but I'm not sure that is the way it should go. Then I have a different story to tell, to go back on your questions, which is a story of how my teams are actually behaving with Claude. We are a Microsoft company when it comes to workplace, so we have a scaled Copilot and have consultants everywhere, so everybody is doing shadow AI because all consultants want to test Claude. So they spend their day on Claude, but Claude don't connect actually on our company SharePoints and every activity. So they are super frustrated. They say Claude is super powerful, but they have access to anything. And actually, we assume that because the worst things to be will be to open all SharePoints to Claude for everybody without any security. So just look at one of my competitors. I will not name one, but a large American strategy consultancy that have been jailbreaked. 45 million documents, client documents that have been exposed. 45 million client documents that have been exposed because they simply used AI without any security, you know. And that's the beauty of your technologies, that it's not only that we implement security in a very sane manner with actually authentication process, but we have an Active Directory that's secure, that we can identify the weaknesses. And it goes also with I'm a huge fan of Agent 365 actually, because you have a control plane that allowed that you link what will be your agentic workflow and the active people in your company. So in the end, you know that every workflow you are building is part of an hybrid workforce. So you have accountability of your teams there. So I think it's good that everybody is vibe coding in the weekend with Claude, but at some point when it comes to company data, there are some rules of the game.
So it's good that we brought also Anthropic and Cloud in Foundry. And
it helps me a lot, actually.
So we're solving that problem for you. What I think one of the things that probably people misunderstand in the chip world is that your software stack is probably as important as your hardware stack. So in a way, you have the same challenges as we have as a software companies. You're delivering your software stack in the cloud, but maybe some customers want this also in another environment. How do you think about kind of securing your software stack, delivering your software stack in different places, providing choice to customers?
So I think, and I can't go into lots of technical detail right now, but I like to start, we like to think from a zero trust perspective, both short term as well as long term, because long term, we don't look software only. It's the hardware that strengthens the software and vice versa. but in a way, you need to work from the situation where the user, the moment that user enters a prompt with some other data attached to that, things are encrypted completely, and every step along the way they are encrypted all the way until the transistor level and back again. So that whatever point in time somebody stands next to that pipeline, even if they're standing right next to the server and they've got a wire jacked into it, things are encrypted. And there's short-term solutions to that. There's things like confidential compute. There's some longer-term shots there with fully homomorphic encryption that you can explore. There's combinations of these things that you can explore. All of these have a severe impact on performance. They give you a lot of security, they give you a lot of trust, and I think we need that. And in a lot of situations, we're going to need that trust. We're also going to need things like attestation, and even hardware-enforced attestation. You're going to need to trust the token I'm putting in and the tokens I'm getting back. Are these tokens processed by the model I have expected that to process them? Exactly that model version, not a slightly changed one, either nefariously or accidentally. And is that model being served on an exact hardware stack that I have asked it to run on? That's a level of security I want to have, and maybe I want to have that level of security every couple of months when we audit it, whether things are still working fine. Or in some situations, I might even want to have that with every prompt that I give. Think critical healthcare applications, think maybe even defense-related applications where we make certain decisions. That's a long stretch to go to. So then we track it back to what is pragmatic, and we first try to solve as much as we can in software, because the software always will be delivered faster than hardware, and later on slide in our hardware underneath. That's the plan. But there's still a long way to go there.
I have the impression that we kind of started the day talking about sovereignty, and then we were ending the day talking more and more about resilience. Resilience is also talking and preparing for disruption. And I'll ask the question to both Etienne and Fabrice, but starting with Etienne, when you're starting your engagement with customers, what are the kind of the most common or biggest gaps you kind of immediately see when you're just observing what people are doing and when you're looking at the resilience posture of your customers?
First-hand question is it's super industry dependent. Super industry dependent. So there are some industries that by design have a strong culture of resiliency, especially, I would say, energy, utilities, where actually resilience is core. So at some point, they have not only a plan and a capacity to scale, but it's their business. So they manage it in a very professional manner. I would say banking and the financial sector, it's also part of the core business activities in a different manner. Whereas in other industries, and I will put the public sector in this kind of industries, it's the cherry on the cake at some point. So the best for, I would say, the first industries or the way we engage the conversation is actually to make them engineer their resilience plan and their continuity plan in a better manner. For the second category, we need to have the company actually fully knowledgeable about the risks that are taken there. So raise the bar of, I would say, awareness, and then scale a program just to make the company more resilient. I think we don't estimate well the question of resilience when it comes to AI models and the scaling of AI model. I think resilience with cloud is something that's well managed and actually relies on strong companies. When it comes to AI, we have already a lot of difficulty to actually be on par with the updates of AI model and the capacity to change the vision that the teams have around AI model. A lot of there are small adoption in a lot of companies about AI because the model that have been actually rolled out is not robust enough, right? And when you update the model, actually, the team don't know that the model is performing better. So it's already a challenge. But resilience when it comes to AI model is also a strong topic. Typically, for the team that are working with Mistral, is something that should be taken into account. So, it's young company, so it should be part of the scenario at some point. So it's good topic for the future, but a few companies working on that.
So in a way, agility and flexibility are part of your sovereignty strategy. Fabrice, maybe a bit of a similar question to you, what is the most common advice you're giving? I remember when I was country manager, every week there was some kind of cyber incidents, but then each time I realized 95% of those could be avoided by simple measures. So any common advice for people?
Yeah, I think that whole topic around the digital resilience, which for me is kind of the blend between cybersecurity, sovereignty, and having a resilient infrastructure supporting your business. I think for me, I think that whole discussion around data classification, I think, is a topic which really remains very important. And I agree with it, Jan. Some verticals or industries are more mature than others by definition, because they're already under more regulation than others as well. If you think about DORA, NIS2, and other regulations. But really, that data classification, I think, is an important one. And I think another one which is really, I think, is underdeveloped, and I'm maybe talking a bit from a Benelux Belgium ecosystem, is really that scenario planning. How do I react when this happens? What do I do when that happens? And how do I have agility and portability to really adapt? What is the minimal viable company? What is the minimum I need to survive in an emergency or in a crisis situation? Whatever that crisis situation will be. I think that scenario planning and that business continuity planning around that, I think for me is a topic which I think is today relatively underdeveloped, and where I think as an organization supporting or a service integrator supporting clients, where I think we have an ambition to help our clients. And that counts for sovereignty, cloud sovereignty, AI sovereignty, but also for cybersecurity. And let's also not forget, there's a lot of connectivity in between those things that also needs to be up and running to ensure you have that digital resilience.
One closing question for all three of you, literally in one word or one sentence, what would be one concrete step you would recommend to people here in the room and listening to us from their living room? Wouter, to start with you.
Going to make a lot of security officers very angry right now. This weekend, the weather is going to be bad, so working in the garden is no option. So I'll maybe install an open cloud version and play around with it in a safe way. Don't get your salary of bitcoins and everything. The reason why I'm saying this is, for me, this is the best way into the chaotic, hyper-fast changing future that is coming towards us, not only as individuals, but also as organizations, to prepare you for that kind of really weird way of doing business in the future. So do it, play around with it, shut it down at night, and come back with your adventures later on to me.
Fabrice?
Yeah, for me it would be that building those scenarios. Really think about, because geopolitical context, things will change in the positive or in the negative. I think technology disruption will only accelerate. So building those scenarios, building a bit on the point of Wouter, but building those scenarios on how can I continue to run my business dependent on A, B, or C, and have a plan around that.
Thank you.
I really like the point on open cloud. I think sovereignty is all about being capable to go to the next frontier, right? So to reach the next frontier. And the hot topic that I have with my most advanced client, not all of them, but most advanced client, when they have picked their stack to build orchestration, so to do agentic orchestration and to scale agent there, either Microsoft one or others, they go to the control plane conversation. And actually, the control plane conversation is quite a sovereign conversation, because what you give to the control plane is your company organization, the way you evaluate your business, actually your core agentic registries. So it's all the ontology, the knowledge base that you will build on your agentic registries is actually your company knowledge base. And even if you go deep in domain expertise, actually this knowledge base will be highly valuable. So either it's I would say a state sovereignty topic, but it's a company sovereignty topic. You need to own your control plane. So there are very nice tools. We are super excited by Agents 365 actually in Capgemini, but you need to, I would say, build your own plane based on these tools, and it's super important that you are fully empowered there.
Thank you so much. Not completely one word, one sentence, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to Didier for the wonderful moderating. Thank you to our panelists for sharing those practical insights. Well, we now come to the final part, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the day, we have explored digital sovereignty from multiple perspectives, from strategy and policy to real-world implementations. And to close today's summit, I'm very pleased to welcome back Philippe Rogge. He will share his closing reflections. So, Philippe, the stage is yours.
Thank you for still being here and leaning into this conversation. Thank you to all the panelists. I want to start by obviously thanking all of our teams who have worked very, very hard to put this together. And I would ask for just a small, quick applause, but well intended, because to put this together, I'm going to try to wrap us up and stay on time. I will say, Wouter, we need to talk about OpenClaw over Tailscale. I've got it all set up. It's all safe. It's all good. The only problem, of course, is my token cost is somewhat excessive, and I keep getting these emails on buy more, buy more, buy more, and I've probably spent a bit more than what I had originally budgeted. But hey, it's a new world out there. Look, I wanted to try to find a way to summarize what we've really heard here today, and obviously you've heard a lot of things, I've heard a lot of things, and it's not always easy to summarize these things. But I just wanted to, pick up a couple of things. First of all, what I think is interesting is we struggle and we stumble over definitions. Is cybersecurity the same thing as sovereignty? I think Fabrice sort of, for me, framed it very well. It's obviously something different, but it has a massive influence on sovereignty if you don't have your cybersecurity figured out. I made the statement, obviously, that sovereignty definitions and sovereignty applications for individual customers are two very different things. So, long story short, I think it's really about making sure we get into the detail and not stumble over specific definitions. The other thing I would say is the most important one, is don't panic. That came up a couple of times. I thought that was actually quite nice. I think it is a good starting point. Let us not get confused by effectively this reality of the noise that's out there, the political posturing. Of course, that will have an influence, but I do think it's essential for us to just keep a calm head and just talk and analyze and go into the details and do the scenario plannings and figure out what we can mitigate, figure out what we can't mitigate, take other measures, etc., etc. I think that don't panic message for me is probably a very good guide. I think it is in life in general, but I think in this one in particular, given the hype and the noise and the energy that we've all seen over the last couple of months, I think it's probably a very good guide. I found it actually quite encouraging to see arguably some of our most advanced EU institution customers sitting here and almost acting like it's business as usual. They've got everything under control. And I'm sure they have things to do, but I didn't get any sense of panic in arguably some of our most sensitive customers. So that risk assessment, I think, for me, is really the exercise. There's many words for it. I loved the scenarios that you talked about in the last panel here with Didier. So I think it's really about doing the homework, and I do want to pick up on essentially this framework which Antonio, I don't know if he's still around, but which Antonio introduced, which I actually liked a lot. Context, memory, and details. Context is, I think you want to surround yourself with advisors who know your context, so that they can help you assess some of these scenarios. Memory, I think, is about the reliability of their track record in going from paper to actually working solutions. I think that is going to be a key one. And then details. Like, we can all slogan ourselves to death here, and I think we try to avoid that actually. Thank you to everyone for, not sloganing too much, except maybe for there's no, what was it? There's no one size fits all. I think that one wins the prize. But besides that one, I think we're actually quite down to earth, quite practical, and quite detailed. And I think details really win it. So do the risk assessment. I think Rail and Wouter also mentioned it just now. Every stack, every layer of the stack. I mean, we talked about the sand. We didn't actually talk about the Middle East because they actually have quite a bit of sand. But we talked about, the sand. You mentioned that the sand needed to build the silicon, and then the silicon to the transistors, et cetera, et cetera. And then, to run it, there's the energy supply, the software stack, et cetera, et cetera. You could scenario yourself to death. And at some point, you've got to accept a number of trade-offs and a number of risks. We learned in the pandemic that obviously access to chips is going to be a key thing. And I think that remains the case today. But ultimately, like with everything else in life, we need to focus on what we can control. Policymakers will figure out how they can improve our odds and our options. And I'm sure that applies to the hardware and the silicon, as much as it is applied to, future requirements on the use of AI models and AI stacks. But I think whilst we wait for them to figure out what's needed, I think every company needs to just make assessments within the perimeter that they can control. And there is maybe one final point which I wanted to land, that I was a bit unsure of landing it, but so I saved it for now and to see if I would actually land it. Which is, and it's interesting because with a couple of colleagues we've had this discussion. When we engage with clients, to be honest, one of the key feedbacks is people get super hyped about the stuff they see on the evening news. Thank you, Hanne. I know, yeah, that was an easy one. But they tend to get very upset, obviously, about drone strikes and what they see on the evening news. And then when you detail their risk management system or the business continuity scenarios with them, they have gaping holes on stuff that they should have done for 5 years. And it somehow does not get the same level of attention. That's very weird. And as an outsider, even trying to advise them, it is often a bit of a touchy conversation to try to argue that the emotion around the stuff that they're seeing happen, oh my God, what if my company got sanctioned by the White House? These things come up in conversations. And then you basically figure out what their cybersecurity posture is, and you want to cry. And you need to, and one is very emotional, the other one is a fairly rational assessment. So I do think just bringing back, taking out as much of the emotion as possible, looking at what these risks and these scenarios really are. What if this happens? What happens next? And I think our last panelists, for me, explained really well why this is why we have these partners, because they have these conversations in detail and they take customers, through that. And then I do want to thank Stuart, the most hyped guy before I actually came on stage here. Poor guy was referenced 20 times, before he came on stage. He did an awesome job, by the way. But I hope that, between Stuart, Jeff, and Anthony, you also felt the continuum of offer that we want to build. Look, we didn't come here to make this a product pitch. I hope that came through. This was not supposed to be a big technology show. But at the same time, I also hope you felt that, as Microsoft, we obviously continue to innovate in the technology. We want to make sure there is a level of contractual commitments that we actually put in writing and hold ourselves to, as well as our policy stance when it comes to sensitive topics as potentially disagreeing or taking governments to court. We have a track record, and we want to stand by all of these things because they matter to customers. And so fundamentally, I think that is the continuum of solutions, of toolkit, which I guess is at your disposal should your risk assessment outcomes and your architectures, require some of those. I used this slide before, and I'll use it again because I didn't give the context. But if you had told me 2 years ago that I would be standing here in an insurance building, an insurer's building, an insurance company, talking about risk management, I'd probably have declared you nuts. I might have considered, I don't know, maybe a career change, or that my context would be that I now work for an insurance company. But ultimately, if you think about it, a lot of what we talked about today is very akin to insurance. I read yesterday evening that it wasn't so much that the Strait of Hormuz was closed. It was that Lloyd's of London, which insures all shipping, quadrupled the insurance premium of a very large crude carrier, or VLCC, passing through the Strait of Hormuz from approximately 250,000 euros a day, dollars a day, sorry, to $1 million a day. Because they felt that the risk had gone up. Nobody said you can't pass anymore. But Lloyd's assessment of risk quadrupled, effectively shutting everything down, because obviously ship owners were like, nope, we're not going to do that, right? This, for me, is a very telling anecdote, and also plays in what we do here today. Companies, boards, and regulators will need to make somewhat quantified assessments of what their risk profile is. If you believe that you are on the average of the 0.008 data requests for lawful information requests by, in this case, the US government, you're probably okay. Now, if as a company you engage in arms trafficking or drugs trafficking or whatever, you're probably going to be a bit higher than 0.008, and that'll be part of your risk management. I hope you're not a Microsoft customer, but that's the reality. So I think we can actually bring these things back to risk. And in a way, insurers, and it's funny because Jeff and I were having this conversation earlier, we actually both had a sovereignty meeting separately with an insurer. In fact, it was the same. And we had this conversation, which is, why wouldn't you productize this? Like, why wouldn't you basically, build insurance based on your assessment, hopefully, qualified, of risk, of a sanction, or of a geopolitical event, etc., etc. Now, getting money back is one thing. Obviously, being able to continue your business is another. So you can't insure everything, as people who have lived through their house caught on fire. There's some things that you can't replace. But the fundamental risk profile is something that we should get deeper into. And for me, is part of the conversation that I try to have with business leaders, to try and, again, take the emotion out as much as possible. The picture on the slide here is a graphical AI representation of some of the booklets. It's funny, I actually uploaded the actual documents, and I asked Copilot to make me a picture. And my conclusion was they should have actually used Copilot to make their brochures, because if you look at the front page of the actual brochures of these 9 European countries, they're not as sexy as this. But I'm sure that many of you have heard or seen many countries around Europe in the last 12 to 18 months come out with citizen preparedness brochures. I know I have in Belgium. I know the Dutch came out with one last month. And the Swedes have a yellow one. Actually, you can find them easily online. They all say the same thing. You need to be ready for 72 hours of outage. You need to have canned food. You need to have water. You need a battery-powered radio. You need to have some cash. I mean, it's basically all the same things, right? Unfortunately, our colleagues in Spain, not our colleagues, our friends in Spain, I have a colleague in Spain, which is why I referenced that. Our friends in Spain lived through an outage when the electricity grid went down. And one of the learnings was people went to the supermarket to buy groceries, and they were trying to pay with their cards, and obviously the payment systems were down, so only the people with cash could pay. So governments have issued these things for citizens. How great would it be if we could condense everything that we said here today and everything that's in your minds and even our competitors' minds into a brochure and help customers understand what these steps should be. Now, our friends at Capgemini, Proximus, and others will probably say, no, wait. That's my business, man. Shut up, what are you doing? But ultimately, I think that is what we also want to do, because we understand that as government entities, you have responsibilities to citizens. As commercial companies, you have responsibilities to your customers and your stakeholders. And we as Microsoft feel that we have a responsibility to you to help create a general sense of awareness around the risks and how to mitigate them. And then we'll try to play our part, of course, in addressing some of them with this continuum of technical, commercial, and policy solutions. This weekend, on Sunday, I was at a birthday party. You know, our best friend's daughters, twins, turned 18. Big thing. And I was talking to the dad, and there was another guy in the room. And he said to me, man, this is crazy. The gas prices have gone up, etc., etc. He said, I'm thinking of buying a generator. And I said, yeah, obviously a generator. I've got a big battery at home. I can charge my devices if I need to. And I referred to the National Crisis Center leaflet. And there was this other guy, and I know him really well. And he started laughing. And he's like, you guys are doomsday preppers. What is this? Do you guys watch these shows on American TV? I said, no. This is the National Country Crisis Center issuing these brochures. In fact, I'm about to go talk about this on Tuesday, to an esteemed audience of business leaders. We need to get prepared. And I feel, if nothing else, that whatever we can do as Microsoft, and I wish the same for all of us here, if we could just make sure that we raise the average awareness of preparedness against some of these scenarios, I will say don't panic, but at the same time there's a minimum set of requirements that I think we all have. Let us all do what we can to raise the bar a little bit so that everyone does their homework in a proper way. And as we do, the question is where to start, and I just wanted to leave you with these 4 references. We have some documentation, we have a blog post, we have a number of other assets, and we actually have physical innovation studios where customers can come and basically have this conversation with us during half a day or a day. That's the 4th one. And finally, engage your IT partners. We have several of them. You met some of them today. We have more who are increasingly trying to get specialized in this area, both on the technical side, but also on the methodology side. I've got one of my colleagues here with whom we're trying to expand that list of partners and really, truly build that capability in the market so that in the end, every customer can go to their partner and have this conversation. And I think the world will be a better place. So for now, I want to say thank you. Don't panic. Spread the good word, and I hope we can continue this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip, for those very strong closing reflections. Thank you all for being here today and or for following us online, thanks to the live stream. Thank you. It's been a day filled with valuable insights, meaningful conversations, important perspectives on the future of digital sovereignty. Sincere thank you to all of our speakers, partners, and everyone else for making this summit possible. And we now invite you to join for networking and refreshments, a great opportunity to continue the conversation. So thank you once again. I wish you a very pleasant afternoon and a wonderful evening. See you.